hear the game, hear me, and most assuredly not see me. Finels is saying, hello, how did the DDR go? You would expect the DDR to go pretty poorly after having not played for a couple of months. And you'd be right, it didn't go particularly well, but it was more of a derusting, warming up session. I hope to get back into it and at least get to it once a week, preferably twice a week, although it is incredibly draining. I really want that non-stop doubles done, but 100 songs back to back is so hard. Yeah, randomizer, I purposely don't get those VODs published, because if I do, then the copyright police start knocking on my door, and I'd rather they didn't. Finel says it all sounds so fine so far. And Flinsby is also saying all good, so we'll return to it. It's Starsector, the game where hours turn into minutes and then melt away. It's like eating a bag of skips. Where are we at right now? We are at maybe a bit of a juncture, because a colony crisis is looming. I'm sure there's ways to deal with this, but I just want to see what happens when it builds up and erupts. Looks like the pirates won't be on my back anymore after we got Kanta's protection in exchange for giving her some volatile-consuming item. But the Hedge, the Tritech, and the Persian League are at my footsteps. Couldn't help but notice that the Ludic Path aren't kicking up much of a stink, and now I've come to understand why people were telling me not to build up high command over here on our beautiful, pretty much Terran world. Oh, it is a Terran world. And that is because of this. The Ludic majority will bugger off because I have high command. So, despite it being costly, I think I will trim it away, because the Ludic majority is pretty good. And I would actually like to see how the crisis transpires when these fanatics are knocking on my door. So despite the cost, I think we will downgrade. It's also a shame to lose those Marines, but I can always build this up on another planet, or so I hope. So let's get that downgraded. And are you still annoyed at the military base? Yes, you are. So I guess we downgrade that further. Oh, all that money and time that I poured into it. Frees up an industry, though, and I know what I can do with that. And just like that, the Ludic majority are here to stay. Wonderful. I assume they don't mind mining. Is there any indication of what they do and do not like? Increased population, Ludics, faithful. No, well, I understand they don't like heavy industry. Light industry seems fine. Big guns are not fine. Mining is surely something that won't bother them, and I'll finally get my organics. They only like farming and light industry, right? So how do they feel about mining? I would like to know that before I put it down. If they hate mining, then I might go commerce instead, but that still leaves me with one leftover place. Mining is bad and they hate it. Good lord. Is there anything else I can put in here that isn't going to cheese off the majority? Commerce, of course. Upkeep 2,000, but colony income goes up a fair bit. Starting shortly still on the screen? Thank you. Well, I mean, starting shortly could probably be up for another couple hours. This is Starsector after all. 5 hours of refitting, 5 minutes of combat. No other industry than farming and mining. Do they hate commerce? How are you meant to know what these fanatics like and don't like? Is that yes, they like it, or yes, they're going to hate it? Nah, there's no way they'll have a problem with commerce, right? Let's just slam it in. Well, they're not complaining just yet, so fine. Does that mean I'm going to end up with one free industry slot and nothing to do with it over here? Might be cause for concern. New England, on the other hand, you should be the one that gets the military base, although you need an extra industry slot. You'll get one soon enough, and hopefully I'll be told when that's happening. Otherwise, what can I do for my fleet as we move on and move out? There's no looming threat, and I would quite like to upgrade my fleet. How much of an overhead is it to drag extra ships with us? Some of these I would quite like to get rid of because they don't really contribute anything to the fight anymore. For example, I never seem to be using the brick, and this Fury just gets itself killed. On the other hand, if there's a big fight, I don't want to find myself short on ships, so what's a man to do in this situation? Probably deposit the brick right now on the grounds that I'm never using the thing, and that way I have 2 slots freed up. Although this poor guy with his missile specs has nothing good to pilot, does he? No, he certainly doesn't, but I can put him on one of my small crappy ships and surely all will be fine. So yeah, for now, goodbye, Brick. You cost me way too much maintenance and deployment points for something I'm never using. Maybe my friend over there can pilot the suicide ship. Don't know why this ship is such a problem. Let's see, you are steady. This ship just flies in and gets itself killed, and I can't really put my finger on why. It's got 600 range on its pulse lasers, it's got a Sabo SRM, it's got personal defense lasers. I don't know what I could put on this thing to make it not get so destroyed. Would it be something with longer range, perhaps? None of these ranges look great except for ion beam. Yeah, I've got bigger bricks, exactly. Yeah, maybe a couple of ion beams to get it some extra range would be better, because the Sabo's already got the range. And I've got the ion beams. Gonna need another few points. What was that, 12 on it? There we go. Let's just see if it can engage at a longer range and not be so pathetic. Do you need that much PD? The flux dissipation is huge, so surely it'll be fine. It's got its hardened shields. Or isn't there a better thing for its shields, like stabilized shields? Maybe rather than flux distributor, which we already have a lot of, we go and shove on some stabilized shields. Affords me a few more points for capacitors. There we go. Let's see if it can actually last in a fight now. How much backseating is allowed? How much do you want to learn by doing? Oh, I'm open to it all. The important thing in backseating in this game is why. A lot of people say things like, put on these blasters, or build this there. And that is not relevant. I want to know why. Why is it important to have this or that? Because without it, it's just, you know, why don't you just take the controls and play? I want to learn, and I can't learn just by saying do this, do that. I want to know the reasoning. Hopefully that makes a lot of sense. It certainly makes a lot of sense to me. This ship never sees much action, but it's just there to bulk out the numbers. Frankly, I would like to replace the Falcons and the Eagles with more things like Medusas, Omens, Scarabs, and Aurora. Because these things are too slow, too chunky, too... May Allah forgive me for uttering the words midline. Yeah, I thought I might like midline, but I've come way off of midline. I'm a high-tech believer now. Love me high-tech, love me speed, love me shields. And if I'm not doing that, then I love my big brick here, the Onslaught. If I can get my hands on more of these, I'll be a happy chappy. Speaking about this thing, I was looking at it earlier and wondering why I have a dual flak cannon on the front. That doesn't seem like a lot of good DACA, because it's essentially just point defense. And this thing already has some smaller things for PD, and I've got little support things to aid with PD. So I think I can get rid of this flak cannon and put on something like a pair of needlers. Heavy needler on the front and a storm needler up here. Does that make sense? I don't know, but we're going to do it. Love me needles as well. That'll shred the shields and then let the Devastator cannons and the missiles do their thing. Alright, good enough. Nothing really to change on the Paragons. Phase Lances have excellent efficiency in terms of flux per damage. The sad part is their short-ish range. Yeah, I want to see if the ship can not just crash and burn during combat, so that's why I'm giving it some range for a change. Otherwise, I don't think there's anything to care about in here. What I should think about is what exactly I'm doing. What does my intel screen say when it's not telling me about colony threats? We have these story missions. I mean, there's some way out here, like the Abyssal Space Oddity and the Red Planet, which I've ignored for a long, long time. But we're in the middle of Project Ziggy, so I think I'll go and do Project Ziggy. I don't think there are any bounties I'm interested in. I'd be interested if any of them have some nice high-tech ships that I want to get my grubby mitts on. But we'll go up and do that, and then maybe some other things pop up. Otherwise, maybe go out and check out those other missions, and we'll see if the colonies end up giving us some issues. Still ignoring quests you picked up ages ago? They don't seem that important, right? I certainly picked these up ages ago. Yeah, there we go, the Red Planet and all that. But hey, if nothing jumps out at me when I come back to the core systems, I will go out and check Red Planet, and if I have enough fuel, I'll go to the Abyssal place. I will also not mind stopping by Tritech and seeing if they have some of those ships I was just talking about. Also, I think, therefore I am. I'm going to see if I can go and grab the thing off of the fuel people. I was asking if there are any more unique items out there, and somebody mentioned that there's a fuel production thing that the... What's the name of these people anyway? Yeah, the Syndrians. I haven't really done anything with these guys, except they once jumped me for my 5,000 armaments, and I just had to run away. Apparently on their capital they've got a fancy thing. I would quite like a fancy thing. So we'll go and grab a few more Marines and throw them into the proverbial airlock, if not the real one. Otherwise, this seems fine, so we'll get moving. There's a very nice prize to your taste after you get it done. Prize to my taste, if you say so. Right, what is going on here? Oh, right, I won't be getting very far if I don't pick up any supplies. That's partly why I'm here, right? We've got all of these bits of fuel, and I must say I rather like just being able to come here and top up on supplies, especially when I'm only paying base price. So if I take a couple thousand supplies and tons of fuel, all of a sudden, what does the map say in terms of how far we can go? We can go anywhere and back again, except for down there. Over to Limbo. What a very suspicious place. Anyway, suspicious or not, that's not our concern. Let's go and check out Project Ziggy, which I continue to not know anything about. I mean, I've heard of this Ziggy. I think it's the name of a ship. Is it a unique ship? I have no idea. We'll go and find out. I see Diddy Yard didn't do away with the rest of the schedule, surprisingly. Yeah, I was absolutely knackered, but... Oh, hello. What is that? They've got their transponder off, but they're flying high-tech. So it looks like Tritech, but if it were, they'd have their transponder on. Let's go and have a chinwag with these people. You're in my home, after all. They're looking for my mercantile convoy, so they're raiding my people? This will not stand. Contact acknowledge. Oh, we've got a mercenary. This will not cause any changes to reputation with a faction it nominally belongs to. Wait, they're independents? Why are they flying high-tech? Why are they led by Ma Keo? You should be fighting in the Three Kingdoms. No changes, but reduced changes. Okay, whatever. We're in the middle of contract operation. Don't waste any time. Well, I was just talking about how I wanted some more high-tech ships, and I couldn't help but notice you have Medusa. I'm not really interested in Furies unless I can somehow make this thing work. Nor am I really interested in Shrikes. You got Scarabs, though, yeah? So Scarabs, Medusas, and Omens. Oh, you got an Omen as well. I wouldn't mind getting my hands on some of these. So I think we're going to have to say, get the hell out of my system. One thing worth noting is, in the previous stream, people were telling me to raise the maximum fleet size, and I have taken their sage advice. Am I really going to need everything for this engagement? I mean, these crappy little light falcons can probably stay away, and this Harbinger, I should probably get rid of the Harbinger. It's really not been bringing 18 deployment points worth of fanciness to my encounters. And I highly doubt I need 2 Paragons here. I'll keep the Harbinger, see what it can do. I'll keep this for backup if indeed I need it. And let's also see if the Fury can not die for once. Engage. And just speed it up until there's actual engagement. Yeah, the midline's being so slow compared to the high-tech doesn't feel good. I mean, the capital ships I'd expect to be slow. But the rest of this just seems like nonsense. Alright, what'll it be? Maybe this time I don't fly off and get myself killed on my own, although I've been doing plenty of that. Oh, that's a friendly. I kind of need bigger, slower things to fry. Yes, like you. Although I'm not looking to get myself just jumping into the heat of things. The Harbinger can bait ammo and phase out. Yeah, that's pretty cool, and it's something I wouldn't mind flying for myself. But I don't necessarily trust myself. Come on, justify your deployment points. Alright, maybe don't run away from my entire fleet, right? That's what keeps getting me killed. I think I'm a hot shot. Well, I certainly get shot whenever I think that. One of the biggest problems with flying your own ship is you don't get to see the rest of your fleet do their work, which is what gives me most of my jollies in this game. Alright, how good are you at dodging this? Pretty good. Probably because you got your little point defense buddy there. That's an omen, is it not? Sorry I wasted you, Reaper. God, I love that ship. The 14th Onslaught. We saw a fleet that had about 8 or 9 of them, and it was terrifying to behold. Well, we're fluxing them out slightly faster than they're fluxing us. But I'm getting dragged away here, which might not be good. Engage. Engage and speedy. It's starting to cost me a touch. What, am I getting EMP'd or something? If I had to guess, that's what their beam weapon was doing. But yeah, I've peeled off a little too far here. There's an even better onslaught out there to be found. Better, you say? Gosh, that Harbinger doesn't last long in terms of readiness. Alright, here you go. Without the help of your little friend. Oh, don't worry, I don't need any help missing. I'm getting completely peeled off from the rest of the fleet here, which is not what I came here to do. I came to just engage you and kill you. Alright, well, engage this. Their shields can handle those rockets better than I expected. Could it be that... Oh my gosh, the Harbinger went down. Not as planned. There you go. That was as planned. Just bump them on the face. They'll never see it coming. Although apparently neither do I. There we go. My sad performance might have looked bad, but it filled them with fear, and they ran away. Peak onslaught action, that thing is... Don't know what you mean, but I do know what it means to claim victory. Alright, not a lot of them actually went down. Too many of them were able to get away. Too many of them? What, 3 of them? The rest of these are held in reserve. Might as well destroy them for everything they've done. Just take a couple of ships and destroy them. They managed to get away with the Omen. But maybe, just maybe, I can luck out and get one of the Tempests or things. I want my ship back. Oh, hello, Medusa joins. I also want those Scarabs, actually. The Shrikes, I tend to find they just die like a dog, but that's just me getting my hands on a bunch of the ships that I was wanting anyway. That takes me over, but I can always just dump the excess ships, and I'm in my home system, so I can just do that anyway. Excellent. Pays for me in supplies. Right. Experience, officer promotion. That reduced the crisis, but also something about a tri-tac commerce rating? The Tritech Corporation needs to be convinced that continued investment in acting against your interests is unprofitable in the long term. Should be unprofitable in the short term for them as well. If you're able to send a message without becoming openly hostile or smooth any ruffled feathers afterwards, you might even mark somebody who can be worked with. Does this mean that Tritech are fixed for being my crisis? Or is it still in the air? Like I said, I still don't entirely understand what this is about. It seems like just everyone comes and has a piece of me. So, perhaps my tour of the core worlds is going to involve a tour of raiding Tritech, because it says here, industries on Tritech disrupted, and trade fleets destroyed. Although, destroying Tritech trade fleets is probably going to tank reputation as well. Then again, all of this will, won't it? That's your first crisis trigger, yes. If you say so. Alright, get me back to Blighttown. After we double dip the salvage. They're still hostile and avoiding contact, but... Ooh, the cost of having too many ships isn't as bad as I thought. Wait, Medusa? Well, if you're just going to leave it there for me... One more into the pile. But do still get me back to Blighttown, please. It's a very funny name for our Terran world. Hang on, is that even more of them? No, that's friendly. Wait, I have friendly mercs? They work for me? If you want to go into fleet building, I'd humbly suggest not piloting a ship. Instead, look at your other captains. I don't know what I'd be looking for. Illustrajon has appeared, and would you look at that? He's got more ships that I rather like. Less so the Fury, but that Medusa. Oh yeah, did the Fury actually produce any results here? Here's me at the top doing nothing. Soloed something. What's DP? Is that the DP of what you destroyed? I can only assume so. Assists. Hey, there we go. It almost did something. The Harbinger certainly didn't. Maybe it needs a pilot to not be terrible. Alright, being that as it may, I guess I just immediately burned a whole load of my supplies. Well, that's okay. That's all these supplies are for. If there's going to be fighting going on where I'm heading, then maybe bringing a ton of supplies with me is not the world's worst idea. I can always caveman club that stuff back. Also, got this extra beta core. Maybe I should be installing that. What's got the highest upkeep here that could use a beta core? Also lowers demand, right? Then maybe the Megaport could do with something, because it demands rather a lot of goods. Yeah, and I have to import those goods. Alright, Megaport, here's your very own AI core. And as for my fleet... I guess I'm going to store you and you. I'll enjoy having my higher tech ships here. Yeah. Get my Scarab. What is this thing? Are those both Scarabs? Scarab and Scarab. And my extra Medusa as well. Oh, my extra Medusas, plural. That's rather nice. Shoving a core in commerce gives a load of extra money. Yeah, but the commerce isn't ready yet, so I'm assuming I can't do that. Yeah, if I click, Oh, hold on, you can? Cool. And I think you need to be there in person to manage cores, so... When you're up and on the go, cost me less and make me more. If you're interested in fewer combat losses and your fleet behaving more like a fleet, it might be worth analyzing the synergies of your builds and personalities of your office. Yeah, that's already too much work. That is much more investment than I am looking to do on my fighting currently. Right, I think I freed up a few officers, didn't it? Missiles, missiles, missiles. And I've gone and done away with a lot of my missiling ships, haven't I? In that case, those with missile specialty should probably be piloting my remaining Eagles. Eagles? Falcons? Eagles. Hopefully switching out the crew doesn't have a big bad impact on that. Gunnery implants, yeah, sure, there you go. And maybe, just maybe, they should be enjoying some... If they have missile specialization, why not give them the extra missile stuff? Gosh, these don't have setups like I have on my one. Maybe I should have thought about that one a bit more. Although I've got the missile autoloader built in. I'm drowning in story points, so maybe it's not the world's worst thing, but I still want these replaced. I'm really not impressed with them compared to the high-tech stuff. Yeah, the missile autoloader costs a fair bit, though. What do we have in the front? Autocannon, heavy autocannon, heavy needler, heavy mortar. The heavy mortar is a pretty terrible weapon, though. Yeah, what the hell, leave them as is. I hope to get rid of them anyway. What about the other ships of mine, though? No need to worry about any of this. Restoration docks, modded or vanilla? I've never heard of the restoration docks, I don't know what you mean. Right, so the Medusa, I've been rather impressed with the Medusa. Having a couple of light needlers, having it actually survive. I don't know if it's worth building anything into it, although I'm certainly open for any suggestions. Because we decided that the Omens were worth investing rather heavily in after seeing what they were able to accomplish in terms of harassment. But these wee things here, they just look like slightly smaller Medusas. How much slightly? 8 DP versus 12. Okay, wow. Considerable. Synergy turrets on the front. Hey, that means I could put rockets on the front. Just go in and immediately reaper the foes to death. I'm not sure if that's a good idea, because these things, they'll fire once and then there'll be no more rockets, huh? Is there a better rocket to have on that? Maybe something that doesn't have limited ammo? Or the one that has like 100 shots in it? Now, I'm very open to advice on this, by the way, because I have no idea. Unguided rockets, wide arc, strip enemy armor down once the shields are gone. I mean, that essentially just turns this thing into a bomber. Where was that? That was the Annihilator rockets. Pew, 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 pew. Otherwise, I rather like the long-range point defense lasers in these things. Long range on the front, just regular ones in the back. Antimatter blaster, slow firing, high damage. Flux dissipation outstrips the flux anyway. If you use the autoloader and expanded missiles, the Reapers have more than one shot. I'm well aware of that, but this thing is only a frigate, so the autoloader does not add much, does it? The missile autoloader. Oh, it won't even work here because synergy isn't missile slot. And yeah, it would only add very few small missiles anyway. So yeah, that wouldn't work. I'm curious about replacing the antimatter blaster. I don't know what I'd replace it with, though. That's got way too short a range for me to be comfortable. But do any of these small laser weapons actually have range? Tactical laser. Well, it does have range. I just don't think it's going to be doing much of anything. I think flux distributor doesn't really add much to this. It's kind of there just to be a sack of flux, a sack of fairly defensive flux. I like hardened shields, and I certainly like stabilized shields. Where are your stabilized shields? It doesn't seem to be anything too wrong with this. I mean, maybe there is, but I will take this and I will give it a go. Take that one in, shove it in on the other one as well. And you better believe that's experimental. Yeah, we'll see how these perform. And then there's this Medusa, which has been doing God's work. The only question is if I want to build anything in on the Medusa, considering how much I like the thing. Flux Distributor distributes more flux, which might be useful considering that it does generate more than it can dissipate. But there's also the idea of saving more by shoving in some better shield stuff. Hardened shield, but there's also stabilized shields. Converts 10% of hard flux into soft flux. That is quite good. ITU maybe for more range. That's the integrated targeting unit, right? A lot of people use shorthand in this and it's a bit bleh. But yes, integrated targeting unit for... Is this a destroyer? It is, so it gets 20% more range. What do I get with that built in? There's no great advantage in having it built in. Maybe I can build in the flux distributor and that affords me the integrated targeting unit. The flux distributor does not get a lot of flux dissipation added. Oh, an additional 20, that's barely doing anything, but it does save me 8 points. And unlike building in any other things, it actually does give a bonus. I'll give it a go. Beam weapons are not good in a Scarab. The Scarab is a special ability which increases the time flow, making everything go double speed. You want weapons that shoot projectiles on it. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. But this isn't the Scarab, this is the Medusa. There we go, see how you manage this. Let's save this one. And then shove it in. Oh, that's right, it needs its flux distributor added in. I'm not too afraid of using lots of story points because we absolutely milk story points out of raiding. So I shouldn't be afraid of building them in. The only thing that kind of makes me ugh about it is that they're permanent. There's no way to get rid of them. It'd be nice if under restoration there was an option to also remove in your built-in stuff. Take that and add in our flux. And then we have to do the autofit again, don't we? Yeah, because it didn't get the other goodies. It didn't seem to get them anyway. I was wondering why they look different, but of course they're just different levels of messed up. 12, 12, 20. Why are you not 12, 20? What's your problem? Compromised, fuel, glitch sensor array, 10, 8. Why am I missing 2 on the capacitors for you? That way, oh, here we go. You got a heavy blaster instead of a phase lance. That tell me I don't have another phase lance handy. That's exactly what it's saying. Alright, well, something else with 600 range should do fine. Hey, a heavy blaster. How about that? I like the sound of those heavy blasters. Extended shields could be handy, because a Medusa's 120 is not much. Oh yeah, its shield arc could be doubled, couldn't it? What was that on the shields again? Extended shields. Could be increased by 120 degrees. But it's a very maneuverable ship. You'd think it could just turn around to block whatever's coming its way. You'd think. Let's see how they perform before I build that in. I can't think of a better way to build this without putting on build-ins, and I don't know if I want to build in on my Scarabs right now. We'll see how they perform like that. There's also a lot of demods that I can scrape out with my my skills. Alright, seems fine. Just so these 3 ships are on the shopping block. I'm not sure if I have the heart to get rid of my Harbinger. I like it, even though it gets blown up constantly. Do I have a free pilot for it? Do I have one of those pilots that work better with phase things? Yeah, active phase cloak things go down with field modulation, but I also like that for the damage taken reduction on my big Donudeka. Ooh, I should give them the name Donudeka. There we go, field modulation. Some wasted missile specialization, but there you go, Conrad Blaird. Yeah, yeah. Basil the Bat Lord, he's aggressive. Alright, sure. And I swear somebody was ready for a level up, but I guess I was wrong. Alright, reasonable enough. I have no space for more ships, though, so if I pick up something... I guess it's no big deal to just haul around an extra ship. 2.5 supplies, just mothball the thing and carry it around with me is what I'm getting from all of this. Alright, glorious. Pretty happy for them just to throw those ships at me. Alright, after that distraction, I still want to head over to Ziggy and see what that mission's all about. And then once we're done with that, hopefully we just finishes whatever is over there once we're done there. I'm going to go and have a word with Tritac about their decisions to engage with me. Conducting an inspection. Oh, the Persian League. Yeah, sod the Persian League. I got some stuff to do in core territories at this rate. Why not pilot a donut yourself? It's basically a big eagle with a hole in it. I'd rather pilot something a bit faster. Truth be told, I'd actually like to start piloting this. Seems pretty quick, but the AI is doing a great job with it, so... Maybe if I get another one, I'll start piloting it and get rid of my eagle. Was there actually any bounties that had high-tech ships? Well, I was looking at this, but then I went and picked up the Medusas, so I suppose I'm not in a huge rush for that. I want to get these missions. These missions really drag, though. There's the story missions, I mean. Is it just because I've not been immersing myself in them, or are they as bad as I feel like they are? What do we have over here? A kite. Okay, be still, my beating heart. Aurora was the first ship I learned to pilot, and it's a solid pick. Very good. Maybe the text is the immersion. I get very tired when I have to read lots and lots of text. Makes me yawn. Wait, is this where I'm meant to be? Apparently. But all we've gone and done is found ourselves a Ludic Path base. Are these Ludics investing me? I just blew up a Ludic base. How much do these guys keep coming back? There was a way to pay them off for about 2 years or so. Ludic Path cells. But it says disrupted. The base supporting these cells is no longer operational. It's projected that establishing a new support network will take at least 2 to 5 days, provided another base exists. Which I'm guessing is this one, so I'll have to go and make sure it doesn't exist. Somebody told me that they never stop coming. Alright, well, let's go and see what that's all about. I'll do a quick ring around the rosies since there's stuff to investigate as well. Yeah, you're right about that. There was some... Oh, lordy. That looks a bit more serious than what we just fought. 4 Harbingers, 3 Dooms, and some big chunky ship. Are these more mercenaries hired to kill me? I'll be finding out real soon. Like now, I suppose. Yeah, there we go. Tritac Bounty Hunter. Hail, friend. Level 6. Where are you getting level 6? Level 7 officers. I guess they mean business here. Alright, what do they want to say to me? Vinegar Stokes, you've been looking in places that you should not be looking, talking to people you should not be talking to, asking questions that you should not be asking. Your death will be a lesson for others. Who are you working for? The company, of course, the only one that matters. Tritac, naturally. Maybe I could pay him off? It's Andarius, right? I could pay him off by telling him I'll feed Brazilians to the swamp goblins. You could pay me, Vinegar Stokes, but all the credits in the sector. You do not understand I'm a weapon. I've been bought, aimed, and fired, and nothing can change that. Well, time to send Andarius into oblivion. Or get killed attempting to do so. It thinks that it's slightly difficult for me. We'll see about that. Any point in holding back, or do we just deploy absolutely freaking everything? I'm unfamiliar with that big chunky ship they were throwing at me, and I don't know how good the AI is going to be with that many phase ships. So let's just see how we perform. Time to learn about dooms. Maybe. Maybe I'm going to regret chucking out my fresh ships and just bringing in these deployment point bonus. I don't have many more things to deploy. Sensor jammer. Reduces enemy weapon range by half the total ECM rating. Yeah, sure. The AI can figure out how to handle those. I don't like giving those kinds of orders. Gee whiz, Jake, how come you're allowed to have 2 Paragons? I bought them for far too much money. Yeah, the AI doesn't seem very interested in capturing these unless it's just by coincidence. The coincidence of floating into them. There we go. Alright, you phasey bastards. What's your story? Oh, right. The story is reminding me that I should have my shields up. I don't want to get shredded myself. Don't worry, my beloved capital ship. I'm here to help you. Oh, bye, Scarab. They're certainly good at baiting out those shots, aren't they? And they are maneuverable. Maybe eventually he's going to run out of flux for that. But I think even if I send a rocket his way, yeah, he's actually pretty good at wiping that out. Paragon, aid me. With aids. Oh, Medusa's down as well. We appear to be losing ships here. Those ships that I said I wanted to bring in. No, that EMP stuff is probably going to be a problem for my unshielded onslaught. Why is my onslaught glowing red, by the way? Man, these guys are a pain in the arse. Of course, they got these smaller Harbinger things as well, don't they? Alright, well, at least one of their dooms is down. Artifactor's using its ship system on the onslaught, making it take more damage from every source. That's not very nice of them. Guess they weren't kidding about being a weapon. You don't have to worry, I consider myself a bit of a weapon as well. A bit of a soon-to-be fluxing weapon. Ow. What the heck was that thing right next to me? I should probably help Paragon from being completely surrounded here. Is this fight going well? It's hard to tell. Dooms are a right pain in the bits. Don't worry, Paragon, I'm helping by securing the location, I think. Ah, there we go. Just as planned. The onslaught takes it from behind. Bye, Doom. Yeah, that one's on its last legs, at least. How about you? Welcome, Medusa. Might need your help here. I suppose the one saving grace here we have is that the Dooms, they have no shields, so once they have phased as much as they can, if you're still applying pressure on them, they can no longer phase and they just die. Dying is good. Doesn't seem to be much to care about right now. In that case, I suppose we could just claim victory. Wait, they kept their Revenant in reserve? Having heavy beam ships is very good against phase ships because I assume of that aforementioned applied pressure. Why did they not bring this thing in? Oh, because it's a cargo freighter. This thing looked like it would be serious business in the fight, but it isn't. Although a phase transport ship's kind of cool. If only you could have a phase version of an Atlas, but this thing, you know, if it's meant to be carrying cargo, that's the main stat, so Atlas remains undefeated. Bit of a shame you don't get to talk to people as they run away. Maybe we could have a bit of negotiation. Maybe you could have that FTL moment where they say, please don't hurt me. Could I interest you in a auto-igniter? And then you think, why yes. Anyway, time for you to die. The Andarius must go. Just take these and take them out. They get away with their elite tender, but that's fine. Lost a fair few ships there. I'm not convinced I want these Dooms for myself. 35 deployment points is a whole lot for something that just seems like a harassment tool. If I'm going to have a harassment tool, pay half to get this one. Does this thing have that thing that helps the entire fleet, by the way? Is that what the phase field is? The fleet's detected at range ship is... yeah, okay. Well, it does have that, at least. Still not sure I'm interested. It's a good harassment, too. Yeah, but... yeah. 26 maintenance a month. Yeah, maybe it is actually better than the Harbinger, but I've already got a Harbinger. Give me back my blown-up ships, please. I need to repair them. Relationship with Tritech, because... the relationship things in this game sometimes baffle me. It's like, okay, they attacked me, and I get the relationship penalty. Okay, great. How dare I have the audacity to win my fight? On the plus side, though, experience galore. What's this officer promotion thing? I thought we saw that earlier. Oh, here we go, a junior officer. So if you have a big fight, maybe you get the opportunity to just get somebody into command, but we already have loads of them, and I certainly don't want someone that's timid. And then something else was there, but it's gone away already. Dram? I don't think so. Friendship with Tri-Tac ain't gonna survive that. Well, I do plan on going and raiding them anyway. They've lost their little exclamation. No, they still have that exclamation mark. Does that mean I need to go and destroy them again? Maybe we could have a little talk. Although if I engage them again, that probably hurts relations again. Wait, I didn't get any bonus to this thing for destroying them? Your mission here wasn't to kill anyone. Well, they're coming for me. Alright, well you still have that little thing above you, so I think you need to die. Alright, please take care of what's left of them. Damn it, how do they keep getting away? I could have this ship, but I don't want the ship. And yeah, there's another -5 to tri-tac. I still got that exclamation mark. I wonder if I was meant to kill them entirely or not. Because I thought that would advance my tri-tac stuff. There's something you should see. Well, we can see that after I survey. Ore deposits, otherwise just a rock. Here, here, and here. Heavy lifters, operations, but why? Have a look. Have more of a look, but just... I was elected to lead, not to read. Tri-tac, they can afford to be thorough when they want to be. And they are when it matters. Okay, good for them, but I'm out of here. Why has he still got that fancy thing above him? Perhaps I'll never know. Very happy seeing those demods go away. I think I'll take control of the sensor array and then blow up the ludic path base here if at all possible. Guarding the sensor array. You're welcome to try to. Running from your fleet. Alright, give me the neutro burst thing, mostly for the topography stuff. And then give me that array. And then I suspect our people are going to be near here. And if nothing else, I have better range for finding out about them. Unidentified fleets running from your fleet. I don't want to engage with any of these guys because I want to find their base and then... Hello, base. The Lagag Hammer. Get surveying. Sparse. And yet it's level 3, probably because it's habitable. High gravity. Hot. Extreme weather. Yeah, nobody wants to live here. Alright, hail friends. Brooks is here. I need you people to stop sabotaging my industries. Wide is the chasm between us. We know your aims and our resolve. We know the madness that drives you. Okay, great. Considering my military operations here, 99%. Okay, well, I think we know what's happening now. It's time to first see if anything's going on here. A whole lot of not much. Would you like to buy approximately 4,400 heavy guns? Yeah, you would, but not on this market. Ooh, I'm going to need those Marines. If I plan on taking what I plan on taking, which I do. Funny that they deal with me despite hating me. A lot of other places that just close up. I guess that's just pather things for you. So yes, as I was mentioning, please buy my 4,400 guns for not much money. We can get a lot more elsewhere, but that's okay. The point isn't to sell the guns. Also, nobody in their right mind needs this much iron. I'll just keep a little bit just in case. What am I doing with these organs? Get rid of all but one of my organs. Just keep it there for organizing my inventory. Hi, I'd like to sell some Marines. 5 minutes later, why are so many Marines invading us? Oh, yes. I'll take those supplies as well, even though they're cheaper to get back in my home. All right, I receive $350,000 dues. Beautiful. I'd like those back, by the way. Like, all of them. Predicted casualties, not of consideration. 14 die, we get... Did that say 1,000,000 points? Also, remind me again, how many heavy armaments did I sell them? 5,000, you say? Okay, great. 2 million experience. It's just... It's broken. Oh, right, this place also needs to be blown up, because I don't trust all these pather cells and things. So, this battle station... Right, it's battle station, so it's a bit stronger than orbital station. It's also low-tech, so it's not midline garbage. How much is it going to take for me to destroy this? I mean, I don't know what is overkill when it comes to this kind of encounter. Just send them in and see what happens. Surely my capital ships will be able to do a lot of DACA here. This will be patched soon at this rate. Will it, though? They've had 20 years to sort this game out. Surely, at this point, what I'm doing is intended behavior. Trading and raiding. Smoking and joking. I don't know how to tell my ships to wait for the capital ships to engage. They're currently just taking shots for no good reason. Medusa's fluxed out already. When I tell them to heavy escort the capitals, that doesn't tend to do much for me either. Nice design of the capital on the orbital thing. I like it. Bye, Medusa. Ah, there we go. There's only one ship that could be unloading that kind of firepower. Reap her. Yeah, maybe I'll join in the fun on that one. Beautiful. Just beautiful. I love that lack of fear on the onslaught. Just gets involved. Rushes up there. Love the beam support from the power gun. I'm starting to think my capital ships alone could have done this. I'm also starting to think I'm right. They told me I'd like those moments where the Reaper hits just right, and they were right. Beginning to see a problem with my small crappy ships. They want to disengage very quickly. Combat readiness just evaporates. How are you meant to counter that then? Because mostly I've been using big ships, and big ships don't have this problem. They just want to keep getting involved the whole time. But now that I'm using like the Scarabs and the Omens and that, they want to get out of here. I know there's a ship mod for that. But it doesn't seem to add that much combat readiness. Once you're in the capital ship battles, frigates become kind of irrelevant except as early game distractions. I wait until my big ships are in range and only then call in the screen. Ooh, that's a good idea. Yeah, so you just deploy the capital ships and then once they're in range, then you can bring out the screens. I like it. Alright, Medusa might have gone down, but I do quite like Medusa. Yeah, and it's got 300 on peak performance. Whew, I'm glad we rescued all of those heavy armaments from the place before it went up in flames. Yeah, consider that. It gave me a quarter of what my trading and raiding does. Unreal. Yoink. Ah, what a beautiful thing. Why am I here again? There was something about a Ziggy. I have no idea why that taking out the mercs didn't stop Tritac. Maybe the Tritac attack was related to this mission rather than the commerce raiding stuff, which may explain a thing or two. What am I doing here? Get a lead in the whereabouts of someone. You've learned the flight plan originated, led by da-da-da-da-da. Okay, does that tell me anything? I have no idea. And it's almost certainly my fault for not paying enough attention, but I still don't know. Maybe these are just the mercs from before? Unidentified, looking for the Tritachyon bounty hunters. Oh, be my guests. Be my guests. And this is just debris from the battle that we had earlier. What in the world am I doing here, then? There hasn't been much to check out. I did find something on this old barren world, but I didn't. Maybe I should have paid more attention to it. No, it's just established colony. Well, at least this isn't costing me fuel, but it is costing me supplies. It's just as terrible as I remember it. 20 years in the making. Oh, bye-bye money. Yeah, I had the sensor boys, just they took it back. Something over here? Aha! Wow. Tiny. Well, it gives me time to strip away the demods. Alright, a utilitarian probe, you say? Let's have a look-see. Bridge display, salvage team, things are interesting. Alive, complication thing, sector politics, everything is scrambled, but... Oh man, this mission isn't ending. Investigate hyperspeed area, relay, transfer... This mission sucks. On the plus side, it's taking me where I want to go, which is near Tritac to counter-bully them. Investigate the hyperspace area the relay was transmitting to. Alright, let's do that then. It's only 14 years in the making. I think it's a bit more than that, actually. Never trust Starsector apologists. They're basically Star Citizen apologists. And don't get me wrong, I like this game, but this main mission blows. The first alpha came out in 2011, as far as I remember, which means it was in development from before then. 20 years feels like a fair thing to say. Thread that needle. Now I got something that stops this effect, right? Reverse polarity. Whoa, that's good. Oh, that's not good. Just getting blasted into the thing. Oh, hey, it blasted me into kind of where I think I'm going. And whilst I still remember this, we're going to have Donu, and we're going to have Deka. Donu, Deka. Just so I can remember which one, which of those, which one is which, basically. Time to transverse jump into this. Threats, what are those even? Gonna be honest, I never really care about the main mission. I do my own stuff. Yeah, I think when I play more of this in the future, I will just be ignoring the main quest. But come on, this is a long play. I want to see what this game has to offer, and if that includes a sucky main story, then so be it. Well, this certainly doesn't seem like something I would want. Although, wait, is this part of the story here? Identified biometrics. What's left of Kelsey Astrea? Well, would have given me fuels and supplies, can't be that bad. If not recovered, the ship will be scuttled. Yeah, not my problem. Are we going to actually tear it apart? If you return this leaky tomb of a hull to her, you could expect a reward. That sounds like a lot of flying around with this piece of crap that I don't want to do. Supply consumption increased. Burn level... Do I have to take it? I don't want to take it. It's probably not worth any real amount of money. There is, however, a weird irradiated world here. Yeah, somebody told me that in one of the mods you can just ignore the story, and I would certainly be interested in that. Some kind of hostile thing. Looks like a remnant, though. Don't mind me, I need to sensor burst this area. Also, tell me more about this place. Send a salvage team down for a short period of time for intel. Lots of reading. Man, I need a dedicated person for reading all the screed text in this game. We got some kind of journal. Look at it in a quarantine bay. Going outside stuff. They sing to me. Everything will be all right. And then immediately this unidentified vessel is not happy about what I've been doing. You order a high-resolution scan performed. Raw data. Secure place. Project Ziggy. Does that mean you're the Ziggy? That doesn't want to give me information about it. Your attention strays, impressions, not unlike, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Your bridge crew is staring expectantly, waiting for your next command. Alright, well, probably just go and destroy the thing. Ways of holo, yeah, not my problem. Destroy the ship. Although I don't know anything about this ship, so... What happens if just the Onslaught says hello to it? Maybe the Onslaught can enjoy 2 Omens for backup. Actually, no, we'll deploy the Omens afterwards and tell them to go and aid the Onslaught, see how that works out for them. So that... Whoa, what the... It's a bit bigger than advertised. When did you start hauling around 2 Paragons? When I went out of my way to purchase them. Ah, here we go. Oh, that's the Ziggy. It's a phase experimental vessel. Lots of hull, decent armor. Lots of Reaper-class tornadoes. You know, that's going to be a problem for my ship, especially since I got rid of its frontal flak cannon. Onslaught, have you considered not being anywhere near that right now? I think we could do with some reinforcement to bring down Ziggy. Let's see how we perform with this. You don't appear to be turning around, Sunshine. No, you're just getting shredded. Why are you standing there? Standing as ordered, Captain. Maybe I need to tell this thing to get the hell away, or maybe transfer command over to it. He got EMP blast. Yeah, well, I think he's going down pretty soon. Yeah, buy armor, buy ship. Alright. Bye. That was interesting. Well, look on the plus side. Now I've got 3 onslaughts. Oh, Lord. Seems I shouldn't be messing around with this thing. Wow. Look at just the flux on that thing disappearing. This is one of the problems of the game rewarding you for under-committing to a fight. If you don't know what you're dealing with, you just get ruined. 50 more DP than a Paragon for good reason. Where's my ship, by the way? I think my ship's going to get deleted pretty fast here. Yeah, that massive barrage of seeking rockets is quite terrifying. Well, whether we like it or not, we're going to have to engage this thing. I think the costs are going to be pretty huge, and if I don't win, the costs are going to be diabolical. Bye, Omen. Alright, time for me to do what I need to do, which is get involved. By involved, I think I mean deleted. Oh dear, oh dear. Ow. Bye, cruel world. Whew. That was an experience. I'm gonna want my ships back. Oh, whoa, wow. It took 2 D-mods on that. I think a lot of people might have died in this fight. Such sad music. Alright, well, we learned a lot from the experience. A junior officer wants to rise up in ranks, so we can't be having that. A final terrific explosion blanks the pickups. Hushed voices, escape pods. Salvage team, massive hull, tense minutes, damaged. Theoretically recoverable, you say? If I understand half of these systems, the ship is one of a kind. Severely damaged, complexity, rumors, people talk. Well, I can't not take this thing after seeing that. But it's 75 deployment points. I think this is something I just leave back at home. But good lord, that was a lot. Well, if I have it with me, we can fix the thing over time. Yeah, well, I'm not going to leave it there. The ship itself would be fit to fly, usual repairs. Should we proceed? Absolutely. Although I think this is going to, cause me to have problems with my crew. That's all we get in terms of salvage? Okay. So I guess we can't actually do a proper survey of this world. Fair enough. So we're running into quite a few problems. Overcapacity, we have burn level issues, return and report. Couldn't I just go and drop this off back at Coromandel? Unable to find course to Coromandel. Alright, you need to transverse jump out of here, don't you? The Ziggy is only as strong as your average mod ship. Is there a lot of power creep in the mods to this game? There's something else in the system too. I don't think you've used the detector once so far. Did the sensor burst, but I don't tend to use whatever you're talking about. Do I even have it? Introduction pulse. Yeah, I never even use this thing. What the heck is this? Detection of human-made artifacts and fleets at extreme ranges. What? Every other mod adds something stupidly overpowered. It's best to use multiples so the silliness cancels itself out. I'm pretty happy with the vanilla experience here, but I will be checking out next. You're telling me there's something else in this system? I'm certainly not seeing anything. It pings in the direction of where things are. So it's telling me there's something out in this direction. Is it costing me anything to run this? Consumes 1 unit of volatiles per day. Cool. Well, there's something out here. Hey, we already repaired something on the Ziggy. Only a lot more to do. I should probably mothball this thing, right? Yeah, everything is under strength right now. Welcome to the wonderful world of being mothballed. I hope it doesn't die on the journey back. And I'm still under strength a little bit, so... I guess I'll also mothball one other ship. Gonna have to mothball the onslaught as well. Nah, that onslaught needs to get fixed. And I'm not sure if mothballed ships get... Is there really something over here? It says so. Also says there's something up to the north. Not all the signatures are real. What? If you move perpendicular, you can see if they're actually in the system or not. What? Looks like none of these are real. What am I doing here? I feel like you're taking the mick. I mean, there's this thing, which we've already gone and had a look at. There's one to your top left. Wasn't that just what I was following? I mean, I've been following these and it didn't give me anything, and the rest are for these two. You're telling me there's something else in the system? It was real. What? There's one fake and one real in the top right. You guys are having a laugh, right? It's just burning my supplies and time here. Can't wait to transverse jump out of here. Is there actually anything here? Max is telling me there's something real in the top right here, but I feel like it's just a fake sensor. It's not the bright one in the top right. There was a fainter one that you... I'm getting out of here. Wasting my time. Let's never speak of this thing again. Right, I want to go back to Coromandel and drop off my my Ziggy ship. Maybe I'll use it someday, but now is not that time. I think the game won. Jake. Wait, what? Reverse polarity? Okay, phew. Hey, Blighttown got its commerce up and on the go. Look at that money. Why, every month it makes me 1/3 of my weakest amount of trading and raiding. Every month. Practically paying for the other colonies. And that means my income might someday break even. What the hell was that? Impending Persian League blockade, but I thought we were engaging with Tritachyon. Are you telling me that these threats can all just happen at the same time together? Received intel that the Persian League is planning a lengthy blockade of one of your systems. Major... Oh god, they do... Oh Christ. As long as the blockade lasts. If the blockade is defeated, your colonies will be viewed as more stable trading partners, increased accessibilities. See, this is why I'm never getting the main story done. I'm like a hair's breadth away from just ignoring the story altogether and dealing with the colony crises. Because the story has just been miserable entirely. It's just been go from A to B to A to B to A to B. Whereas, you know, actually fighting, engaging with the other factions, that's where the fun actually is. Oh, hello. Oh. That's not the 14th type onslaught, is it? You're almost done with the story, at least. Is that true? I thought I saw a list of all the story missions somewhere, and I thought I was not even halfway through it. Corporate trader. Hang on. Can I abandon my jump here? Also, is my fleet able to deal with that right now? I don't see why it couldn't. Cease your activities, get back out there. Oh, wow. Seems a bit harsh that you can just get all of the crisis things happening at once. All for setting up my crappy little... Oh, Lord. Right, go and say hi to those guys. Oh, hello. How many things did I mothball? I forget if this remains available if you accept the comms quest. I think it doesn't. A lot of enforcers, their own eagle. A couple of dominators, Moira's here, a couple of legions. The hegemony investigations aren't a crisis. They spawn as soon as you use AI cores in a size 4 planet or larger. Why are you scared of them? Do they mean you harm? They investigate your ship and they knock things about a fair bit. I don't know if I actually have any AI core stuff on me. I might have one. I'm not so bashed up that I couldn't give them a fight, but they probably give me a hard time. A very hard time. I should probably say goodbye to them. Now, I was coming out here because I wanted to deal with that Tritac fleet. How many of these freaking things are there? Good heavens. Yeah, it seems to lay it on a bit thick, right? I thought you'd face one of these things, not all of them. So the Persian League is blockading me, Tri-Tech are sending mercenaries at me, and the hegemony have these massive fleets coming to attack me. Good lord. Seems a bit rough. Looks like you'll need to fight. It certainly does. Yeah, the big boys have noticed you. Alright, get me back, please. Gosh, I spent a lot of money on supplies for this this kind of away mission. Oof. The event that popped is the real max crisis. The what? Let's pop you away. Where's the store button? Where's the button to store my ships? Ah, I was looking at open market, of course, because we opened that now that we have a commerce here. Alright, get out of there. Not sure how it works in vanilla, but you can stop the investigation after beating 4 or 5 crises of 7+ fleets each. Wow, that's a whole lot. Alright, what do we have in the market now then? Junkers. And I'm going to assume I can't do hostile things to my own market. Ah, hang on. Could I sell things on the open market? I could, but the money seems oddly not very well. And I have to pay tariffs on my own market. How horrifying. If you do 3 of the proper inspection fleets, you can go talk to a guy on the interchange at Chico, and they will stop, I think. I certainly hope so. Getting ram-raided here. Steal all the items from the hegemony planet so their fleets become puny. Actually stole their forge thing. Although I am strongly considering, given how we're dealing with a lot of other things right now, maybe just stop using the AI cores so they go away. I don't like bending the knee like that, but come on, there are so many of them. So if I were to unassign these AI cores, profit probably goes down a fair bit. Not that bad, actually. So one can only hope that by doing this, they buzz off a fair bit. And then I can deal with the other threats before I have to rise up and deal with Hedge. In my last playthrough, I accidentally ended up with 19,000% fleet size on my planet because of mods. And those fleets just wrecked the Hegemony Crisis. I caused a ton of lag, though. Yeah, that's why I tend to stay away from gameplay-altering mods. The balance tends to go out of the window very quickly with them. Alright, so potentially safe in the knowledge that Hedge is off my back for a wee bit. I'll go and top up on a few more supplies, because I do want to go down to the core worlds and start beating on Tri-Tech after what they've done to me. Although I'm left wondering if this is the fleet that can really do so. These small crappy ships just aren't doing it. I mean, the Medusas are doing well, but these Scarabs, I'm not convinced. I'm 30 out of 30 here. Well, they might be considered better than the Omens. Oh yeah, Christ, peak performance of 180. Although they could be improved just like the omens could. And why is that again? What did I put on you? Increases peak performance times by 50%. Also reduces rate which combat readiness degrades by 25%. So if I put that on these ships, they probably last a little bit longer. Although I'd need to build something in to make that worth their time. It's 5 for that. I got loads of story points, so I can do that. I just, you know, they got blown up so quickly earlier. I was dealing with Ziggy though, right? I'm just looking at how the Omen has an even better flux capacity. And a better top speed. Maybe I'd rather have Omens than Scarabs. It's just they all use up ship slots for me. There's also the idea of just bringing Ziggy with me. It's an idea. I'm not sold on the performance of the Scarabs. I'd rather have Omens. Yeah, I like that speed. I like that flux capacity. I like that massive dissipation. And I like their interruptions. Alright, so I think what I'll do is put these guys away for a little bit and hopefully find some new and better ships. Not an open market, but in storage. Away you go, and away you go. And the ships that I do I have any spare pilots? Absolutely not. Okay, maybe we can work with this. Maybe the hegemony can bugger off and I can deal with Tritac and the others. That's the dream. I don't know if they're going to immediately just go away, but I can hope. Oh, there's one other thing. Was I carrying an AI core? I'm carrying a bunch of AI cores, right? Hold that thought. Storage, take these off me. And while we're at it, store all my guns as well. And then on the open market, there's really not much point in having all this iron, is there? Just free up the space. Ziggy's easy to fit. Just put Reapers in all the slots. Plasmas on the front bit, and you use some kind of capstone. Missile combat skill, though. Maybe I should take Ziggy around. It just looks very big and expensive. Let's have another look at Ziggy. Massive maintenance. It'd be nice to get it fixed up over time, though. Small synergy, medium, large energy. What was it firing at me? It had a lot of purple things coming out that zoned in on targets and ruined their day. It's very satisfying to insta-delete capitals by piloting that. Yeah, I saw it insta-delete my capital. I didn't know what I was dealing with. And it looked so much smaller on the list of ships. It's a ship system. Heavy EMP damage to ships, obliterate fighters and missiles. Is that what it was? Alright, we'll still leave it be for now. I still don't think I understand this. Like, is it Tritac or is it Persians or what is it? Oh, the Sindrians want me as well now. I have a competing amount of fuel production. God, everyone wants a piece of me. Too much fuel. I was trying to go over to Sindri and plunder their stuff. And I still want to do that. Where's the Sindrian capital anyway? Yeah, where is their capital? Kill the Persian blockade first. No, the fleet looked small. I didn't notice a blockade fleet. The Syndrians only have one system. Really? Difficult to know where anyone or anything is. Ah, perhaps here. I assume it would be Syndria, given that they're called the Syndrian Diktat. Maybe I can go there and steal their special device. I believe they have a special fuel creating device there. You currently have the Tri-Tac crisis going on, and the Persian League is preparing to launch their crisis. I did not think you could have multiple crises going on at the same time. Seems incredibly punitive. Patrolling. Patrolling. I'm gonna need you guys to bugger off. They have a lot of range. Are they gonna hone in on me? No, seems like they don't want to. Good, let's keep it that way. Mercantile convoy. Where exactly is this raid? Or maybe they haven't started yet. Not raid, but blockade. They're planning to. This crisis will be averted if the event progress is reduced. Go to Kazaron. Oh, I'm not joining the League. Hell no. Kazaron gets tactically bombarded. I'd have to engage Kazaron's defense, but I'd rather meet and defeat this this Persian League raid, although I don't know how badass it's going to be. I also didn't know you could have multiple, but it seems you can since you have so many of them. Yeah, well, I'm surprised the Luddites didn't want a piece of me as well. Every time 501 is picked to start a big attack, the rest going on is just normal stuff from getting their attention. I just don't understand it. I've read so many times about how the crises work, and it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Which is why I'm keen to actually do it, so I can get some hands-on experience. And people are saying, oh, it's simple, just read it. But then I get surprised by things like multiple ones happening at the same time. Don't know what to tell you. I must have brain problems. Ooh. Panther cells have been dissolved. I should expect so. I gave them what's for. While I'm here, there is a Tri-Tac world. I don't want to miss out on an opportunity to put Tri-Tac in their place. Although Kulan is not the place to do that. Yeah, Kulan is quite well defended. I don't know about Iochu Brest, though. I wish I had that information. I get 2 paragons, they get 5. Fair and balanced. Patrolling, patrolling. They've got 3 stellar mirrors? How does that even work? Am I gonna get in here, or have they got too many range bonuses? Oh, that doesn't look so good. Please go away. Every faction you get the attention of, like Syndra for fuel, Hedge for AI cores, etc., will constantly send fleets to harass you. When the progress reaches 500, one of those is randomly chosen to start a concentrated multi-fleet attack. If beat, it ends the crisis once and for all of that faction. And what happens to all the other ones? Do they just continue doing their harassment? I think what keeps throwing me off is the idea that they're all happening in parallel. I did not expect that. And it seems incredibly punitive. Corporate trader. It won't matter then. Just want to sneak my way in and do some damage. I also want to see how much damage it actually does. Well, that's a lot of money gone. Live well Cotton, brother. Wait, your name came up earlier. Blessings elude and all that naturally. Well, Pather Terrorist, what do you have to say for yourself? I must declare it is grim tidings. You bring me to begging audience with you. We've seen you operate a truly unholy creation, the Ziggy class starship. Born from the womb of Tritac and greed. Now, don't look surprised, Captain. There are many eyes and ears upon the daisy that stands so tall as you do. And you stand tall indeed. Why did you send the knights? Oh, Captain, I'll return to your questions in a moment. I've entirely forgotten my manners. I did speak to the knight errant about you. We spoke of concerns. I did not tell him to kill you, and that is the truth. I'm having a drink with you, sunshine. Yes, it is a warning. I'm concerned for your soul. I care about more temporal matters. Yeah, what's your point? That is entirely too much reading. I'm not sure you're taking into consideration the complexity of the situation. I don't even care. What is the Path of Light? I got the Book of Lud from him. They call me a murderer, terrorist? No doubt dwells in my soul, Captain. None at all. Take his teacup to check the DNA match with local security forces. Yeah, he needs to die. The most wanted Pather terrorist mastermind in the entire Persian sector in my jurisdiction, drinking a cup of tea? Please keep this to yourself. Our investigation will notify you if we find anything. Damn. Damn to the Tritac. Fury. No, it's the Aurora that I want. Alright, their defenses are a little bit high for doing any nasty things here, which is unfortunate. I'm not sure if any of the Tritac areas have low enough defenses for me to just go and pummel them. Because if I were to consider my military options here, a Star Fortress would of course be a problem. Yeah, 83%, so we'd only get 8/10 of getting whatever back. But let's say we want to disrupt them anyway. That doesn't seem so bad. Does anybody know how this works, by the way, with raiding them to cause disruption? Does it matter how much I disrupt them, or does it just have to be disrupted? Would one bit of farming be the same as, you know, lots on everything? I do not have the numbers. And I don't want to throw away marine lives for no good reason. What are the crises? I haven't played the game in a while. This is the first I've heard about them. Do crises require some kind of trigger? Having colonies seems to be the trigger for all of the crises. We got pretty much all of them in short order. But I'd like to know what this is going to do. I don't get to see the numbers in advance, do I? The raid efficiency divided by force is the time the industry is shut down. Yeah, but does shutting it down for longer do more for my crisis meter? I guess if the number is weird. I want information. I don't have the information. I'm contemplating saving and loading to see what these do. Just because I really want to know, and nobody seems to know for me. Commerce raiders destroyed. Ah, here we go. Industries disrupted. More here we go. More effective and lasting disruptions result in more event progress. Okay, good, good, good. That's what we want to know then. So we will launch a raid. A big one. It's low risk if I go for farming right now, so let's just obliterate this thing for a long time and see what that does. They don't know it's me anyway. Yeah, down by 6, 30 people died. That was a plus 40 on this. That doesn't seem too bad. Of course, I can't do another raid for another day. I wonder if I can actually hold out for a day and then do that again. Or are they going to come and have a go with me? Maybe if I can just pass... Oh, they're coming this way. Is that a fast picket? That's another patrol at least. What's this at 150? Several bounty hunters were recently hired to eliminate you. You're likely to encounter them in the coming months. Resolving the matter with Tritac before is unlikely to make a difference. The contract is a contract. Oh wow, okay, so I need 300 points to convince them to stop doing nasty things to me. And I certainly would not be able to deal with the Capital Assurance Reserve. I wonder if I can go and mess with their array to distract them a bit. Just get out of the system if any Tritac fleets are going to go hostile. No, I want to do some damage here. I'm here to do damage after all. No need to go completely dark. Let's speed up a bit. This one doesn't allow me to hack it, does it? No. That's a shame. Going dark actually does almost nothing for my speed. Interesting. But their extra patrolling is probably going to be a problem for me. Oh, they might have learned about me through doing that. Maybe I'm playing this a little too fast and loose, but I want to do some damage. Alright, maybe I should just get out of here. Tritac doesn't like you making drugs. Sidrians don't like making fuel. I don't think it's specifically drugs. It's just industry, right? Well, I'm not sure they care about light industry. Anyway, I'm still on my way to hopefully deal with... Gosh, who are they? Where were the people that I wanted to kill? Oh yeah, over at Asconia. I want to steal their fancy fuel thing. Alright, let's see if we can make that happen. Yeah, light industry makes the drugs. Only with Freeport on, though. Turn it off, no more drugs. So, I'm not sure I've spent much time here. There's Syndra. I want the Syndran jump point with my transponder off. Although maybe I should go to the Salus L5. That seems less risky. So slow. Syndra has a lot of fleets, no kidding. But we didn't run into one here, so let's... There's no guarantee I actually have enough of an army to go and steal it, but it'll be good to get some numbers at least. bounty hunter. Scum. Oh yeah, feeling very, very glad I didn't jump in there. Looking for my fleet. Uh-oh. They just suddenly did a burst on me. Getting into the capital might prove difficult. Good heavens. Guard, guard, fast picket, detachment, defenses. I could go in all friendly-like, and then just storm them anyway if I don't mind instant hostility. Yeah, they're probably going to be hostile with me pretty fast anyway. But this is just... No. That's where I need to get into. I'm practically undetectable here. Oh, easy now. Yeah, you go smacking into that. How many atlases can one man really sneak into the system? Ah! Which of these can you put false readings onto then? I thought it could be on any of them. Maybe it's the nav beacon, which I believe there isn't one of, is there? Perhaps I'm completely wrong. I think I need this to make those fleets bugger off. Any fleet can be, any sensor array can be misled. I just dealt with one and it didn't give me that option back in Tritech place. Although there may be patrols on this thing as well. Well, there's a patrol. It's got a pretty beefy range as well. Maybe, just maybe, we can... Oh, I am being tracked? Oh, Christ. I didn't want to drift right into them there. Oh, they're faster than me. I'm going to have to talk my way out of this. Nothing going on here, sir. But if you would be so kind as to let me just introduce some false readings here. Also, I should do a neutral burst. It's okay, story points are just easy come, easy go now. Certainly easy come when I do my raiding. Is playthrough modded or vanilla? There's only quality of life mods. Nothing is changing the gameplay, as far as I can tell. Alright, the moment New England grows, Coromandel is being targeted by the blockade. 10 days until departure. And, that fades away so quickly, and there's no log of it. Alright, alright. Blockade here, la 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 la. Right, I'll have to check that out. Although that one, yeah, I suppose it was logged there. But what about England? New England. Two out of 3. I think I should upgrade the Patrol HQ into something better. Nice hot world that it is. Costs a lot of money. Oh, I have something relating to a lot of money. You can still see it in the new tab. Is this the new tab? Right, are they going to let slip and let me in? Of course, there's no guarantee that I'm actually going to be able to steal the thing once I'm there. But I do want to see what it would take to get it. A falcon? I think recently salvaging something ups your... visibility. Somebody pointed out before. Yeah, there we go. Recent... Oh, it goes away very quickly. That'll be why I never noticed it before. Please don't be coming this way. Whoa, that was way too close. Wow, we got in. Lucky, lucky. They don't seem to be aware of you just yet. Oh, they will be soon. Do you like guns? They like giving me 1 million worth of dosh and gun, or for my guns. I'll probably need these Marines real soon. I don't know much about the Syndran specific ships. 77? Oh, we can actually get it. The specialized nanoforge loaded with firmware, seed nanotech to build itself out, industrial scale antimatter production. If they're going to hate me for producing fuel anyway, I might as well just take this off their hands. Predicted casualties heavy, 867 Marines. That's okay, this is pretty much what they're there for. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I got no reason not to just take this off their hands. Before I do, though, is there anything else I want to be doing here? Anything I want to be purchasing? Or, of course, selling? For example, I don't have a problem selling off a few more heavy weapons if they're worth good money. They're worth surprisingly terrible money unless I sell them ridiculous numbers of them, so I'd rather hold on to what I have. Dictator Tropical 6 Banana-Fueled Republic. Well, I'm about to take all their bananas. You can buy heavy armaments relatively cheap, but I'd rather get them completely for free. Syndra has heavy industry, so it makes weapons locally. Nice. Alright, that core is mine. I suspect you might want to buy some Marines. I just did, and now they're dying. And this might be the last time we actually want Marines en masse. Because the main reason I wanted them was to do these big, heavy jobs. I'm not sure I care much about blueprints. Seems too much like gacha, so never mind that. Or you just get blueprints you already have. Yoink. Yeah, that's a bit more than advertised. But there we go. It's mine now. I will be making all the fuel, so if they're going to hate me, might as well give them a reason to hate me. Problem is, now I'm a bit... isolated. I'm gonna need to go away sneaky-like. And then probably just jump out of here. Is there more tri-tac raiding to be done? I wish I could remember where the defenses were low. Or at least low enough to justify raiding in. Like, being able to click on this and check, okay, what's the situation here would be handy. Otherwise I have to remember, and remembering is not my strong point. Did you raid the accessibility thing from Eventide? I have one, but I think I just found it rather than specifically raiding it. Alright, whew, glad to not be there anymore. Maybe I can go and disrupt them over here as well. The Tritac stations in Mayasura and Magyek. Mayasura and Magyek. So in Taibanka. What was the other one? Majek and Mayasura. Mayasura. I'm sure it's there somewhere, and I'm sure I don't see it. North of you. Ah, it's being obfuscated by League Worlds. That was closer right now. System Bounty and Tritac, yes, all these people going around. Wait, another Ludic Path base. It's Rusty Bucket Bay again. Are we sure this isn't just the same one? Hold that thought. I don't want to jump right into where people are going to catch me there. This takes me out at the Persian League. Yeah, they will not be very happy about that. Unless you're telling me this is one of those open port things. Is there another better way in here? Take me out of the fringe jump point, please. I got a job to do. Gosh, there's nobody even defending this place. How lovely. Well, I said I didn't want to buy any more, but if you're telling me there's a spool to be had... Nah, let's not race ourselves for that. I assume just raiding on its own doesn't work, but maybe I should check that. I mean, I would quite like an extra $1 million dues if these people wouldn't mind giving it to me. No, I didn't go to all that effort just to throw this thing away. 360 defenses, I'm quite certain I can take all these back, but always good to double check before we do it. Launching a raid is 96%, which is good. $1,000 used. No, not on the open market. On the black market, please. Curious if they have any weapons that I am lacking myself. Unsure. Note, this is a free port. Oh, I guess that's why they don't really care about me coming on in. Even so, give me all those and then give me them back. Delectable. Just ridiculous. Sure, Tritac aren't happy, but come on, they're attacking me. What do they expect? 2 million experience. What's that, 2 more story points? And we even get 200 more heavy guns than we even sold them. Although, I don't think that aided me in my Tritac issue here. Yeah, no, I have to disrupt their colonies and things. Oh, okay, I guess. So maybe disrupting their spaceport will do a whole lot more. Let's find out. Doesn't give me a preview on that, does it? Now let's do it then. Wait a second, 40? That's the same thing we got for raiding the farming. How does the scaling on this thing actually work? Maybe anywhere is fine and it just cares about how long you do it for. Does that mean I could just raid a different industry here as well? Let's try it. Could be that it caps out at 40. It certainly could be. I want to experiment, but I guess that's not what I'm here for. Alright, let's try this as well. Another plus 40. Maybe it really does. So can't I just keep disrupting this over and over again? Might be scale based on colony size. We took out a fairly sizable one before this, didn't we? How does the Persian League feel about me these days, by the way? Not very great, and they're blockading me, so it's going to be even worse, I think. Let's see what happens if we disrupt them again, maybe. I think it was showing the spaceport would just add 1 day if you re-raided it. That it was. Alright, I guess we'll go and raid somewhere else. That was already 80 to get in addition to the 40 I already had, so it's not too shabby. I mean, conceptually I love this, but playing it out, this doesn't feel very good. 30 days until the Persian League blockade arrives. The blockading forces are led by a Grand Armada and supported by a pair of supply fleets. I'd love to go and intercept that if I can. But I'm kind of busy with this other colony stuff. The defending fleets are outmatched. The blockade is likely to be fully effective. 60% accessibility for all the places. That doesn't seem too bad. 13 fleets does seem like quite a lot, but maybe if I take out the supply fleets, they will be forced to give up. One can hope. You could be gaining points by blowing up the commerce raiders or any tri-tac trade fleets. Were there any of them here? I thought it was just security, security, and security. Yeah, I don't see anyone other than that. Tempted to go and do some trading and raiding over at Myrath. But again, I don't know how well defended it is. If I was playing this in my own time, I'd probably be taking notes about how well defended each place is. Because not having that information, even though it's pretty much static, seems unpleasant to not be able to access it in-game. Neutral, they say, and I can just blast my way in. Sweet. Talk to a Port Authority official, but why? Discreetly trying to catch your eye. Hail, friend. I'm familiar with the cargo manifest, of course. Strictly off the books, this job does allow me to exercise personal judgment. Cargo goes missing all the time. Even a generous stock of 50 supplies might go missing. It's earmarked, of course, for the rich bastards. Kazaron. I got a bone to pick with Kazaron. A lot of my people died there. So you're saying you just want to give me 50 supplies at a low cost? I mean, sure, why not? It's free supplies, basically. Good man. That's all that's going on. Yeah, the defenses here are pitiful. But the profit margins are also pitiful. It's probably not even worth riling them up over this. Yeah, especially since they told me the fleet is not nominally hostile, so maybe I want to take advantage of that. Alright, in that case, let's just vamoose for now. Although I'm sorely tempted to rack up another 80 rating more tri-tac. What we could try is raiding both of them in an equal split over in Majek. Oh, hey, Kanta's Den is there. I could always do with another generous donation from Kanta. I wonder how she's enjoying her volatile consuming thing that we gave her in tribute. Probably not very well, because it doesn't work without volatiles. But that's Kanta's problem. Also, her protection has been worthless. We've been raided, what, 2 or 3 times by pirates even after getting it. Corporate trader, you say? Not thrilled at the prospect of making new enemies. You're engaged with some crappy little pirates or something? Okay, not my problem. Might be able to get that Aurora while I'm at it. If you want to talk, please identify yourself. No, it's not working like that. You need to die. I think some of the raiding's been Tri-Tac and not pirates, so we'll see about that. Right, I don't get the joys of blowing them up myself. Well, I suppose I could, but I'll just tell second in command to take care of it. What's the point in having these paragons if they don't lift their weight, right? Oh, they lifted some weight. Let's see if we can't get that Aurora. We can get that Aurora! Sweet, I want that. Don't really care about the other ships, so I'm having that. That was only plus 17, huh? Alright, well, let's go over and see our friends. Get me out here, we'll jump over to Kanta's Den. Yeah, just do the rounds. What if I just go and re-raided them, though? I wonder if you'd get that again. Oh, no, the Ludic Path want them first. I understand, friends. It's yours. You did leave most of the freighters alive. Yeah, maybe that was a problem. Hard to say. Nobody in the system cares about your transponder. Well, I care about my transponder. Hello, Kanta. As ever, raiding this place is just free. Oh, I can take the fusion lamp back. I've heard that this will revoke Kanta's protection. Not that it's done anything for me. Hold on, it's 100%. That's fine then. Kanta, do you like guns? Kanta like guns lots. Okay, nice. Seems I'm short on crew. And I might as well take some mercs while I'm at it. How about even more crew? If I want even more, I can take them from back home. Ah, that's why she likes guns so much. There's a deficit. Even so, I should sell into that deficit and take the stuff that's over and above back. So I'm going to end up losing, right? Exchanging for money a certain number of guns, probably like 2 or 4 or even 500. Doesn't matter though. It's all good. Yeah, so I'll take that with 1.1 million if you don't mind. And then I will be having them back, please. Seems Kanta's gem will also become incivilized in a jiffy, or is she immune because she's important? I think if she was going to be crashing and burning and dying, she would have done it by now. And if she does, I wonder what happens to the fusion lamp and her protection. In fact, no, given her protection, surely she's immune to it. Oh no, not 24 Marines in exchange for 2 million experience. And yes, so we lost a few hundred guns in exchange for 1.1 million. I'm strangely okay with that. Now let's go and do more damage to our friends over at Tri-Tac. Ooh, corporate trader. And security detail, who seems to have ran away immediately. Time to come in, sneaky-like. Unidentified. Wait, is this the same one that I just shredded? Maybe so, maybe no. But I should deal with Tritac first, because they won't deal with me if I ravage those people. How much do you like to pay for guns? Quite a lot. God, I would like that gun money back. This place is lightly defended, so why wouldn't I just sell the guns, steal the guns back, and then also do the damage here? I don't see why not. A woman, conversation with Fiddly Man. Wait, Cyberjack. Harcian League. This is cool information, but it expires way, way too fast. Yeah, too fast. Give me them anyway. I don't think you get information about when this thing runs out, sadly. Anything else worth my time here, though? Most assuredly not. Yeah, I certainly want that money. Just sitting around not taking it seems foolhardy. I can raid for this, and then I can raid for other things. There we go, okay. We're certainly chewing through the 100 relations that we once upon a time had with Tritac, but oh my lord, that got me all the guns that I lost earlier back. Beautiful. And we give it a day and we can do another raid. But these guys need to go as well. Oh, but the orbital station gets involved. Maybe I can chase them away from the orbital station somehow. My fleet's handling a bit strange. It's kind of floating a lot more than normal. Right, so let's try it a little differently. What if we spread out the damage? Is it still going to cap at 40? You could just take the station. I could, but I don't want to. Okay. So it looks like it's capped at 40 per thing. Interesting. So doing lots of damage to these people is very possible. Get away from the station. Good. Ruin their days. How the hell did they get away? What is that? A shade. A shade? Crappy little phase frigate? No, thank you. I'm glad they're still welcoming towards me. That was only +9, though. Wow, okay, very little, and we just crushed Tritac like that. Interesting. Let's go over to the Independents. Maybe they can offer me up some more dollary dues as well. Hail, security fleet. Nobody here. For pursuit, you want to send your fastest ships, not your strongest. I wonder about that, because I've sent different fleets, and it's been hard to really point out any rhyme or reason between the results. I could get some money for that. But with 465 defenses, what does that mean for a raid? 95 is... Is it the upper side of 95? It is the upper side of 95. I mean, how could I turn down getting some extra dough while I'm here? My guns are for you, my friends. And yeah, the more guns you send away, more experience you get, and the more you get when you raid them. I don't think I've ever found situations where I don't get at least all of them back. As long as I can raid 10 out of 10, so 95 or above efficiency. But while I'm at it, I'm taking these, and I won't bother with that. Thank you, friends. It's just business, you understand. I've dealt with Tri-Tac enough to understand. Yeah, no, the indies love me anyway, so they understand. Right, so just a little bit of crushing Tri-Tac, and we're good as gold, right? Ow. Wonder how many supplies I just lost smashing into those. What ho? What's over here? There's a Venture cruiser, but something else is happening. Or something else has happened. Nothing. Okay, great. Glad we came there for nothing. Except ramming into things. That's more like it. Right, what else are we looking at around here? I never went to bully Umbra when I was in Asconia, but I kind of had to get out of there after doing my deals there. If I do a little bit over at... No, that's just where we were. It's a dual star system. Just look for one more bit of Tri-Tac to go and smack them around a bit. I already went to my Asura. Could go back to High Brazil. I could try Scathy at Valhalla. Aye, sure. And then that's more or less in the direction of dealing with the blockade. One could hope. Unidentified fleet. With plenty of mothballed atlases. Maybe I should have considered kitting out the additional ship that I just got. I do like that Aurora, and I do want one that I myself can use. Right, if I want to deal with Tri-Tac, any good fringe places? If I got off at Yadriskel with my comms off, maybe let those guys in first. Alright, fine. No questions to ask, friends? Thank goodness for the speed up mod. Playing without that was well, I didn't know how good it was to have it. But yeah, if I were still playing without it, gosh, things would be slow. Alright, no need to completely go dark here, we can just ram raid. I could take another 1,000,000. If I'm raiding them anyway, why not take another 1,000,000 for my troubles? Their defenses are paltry as well. Yeah, nobody knows what's going on around here. Let's double check our military options are going to be fine. And yeah, I'll disrupt this to max things out, but before that I will trade and raid. But not in that order. 5 grand in, 600 in. Beautiful. You try putting safety overrides on the Aurora, what, to make it even faster? That absolutely curb stomps your peak operating time, doesn't it? I'm not confident in being able to take on my fights fast enough to make use of that. Assuming that's what I'm thinking that it is. Guns back, please. Not even fair. Although for some reason the experience was a lot lower. Why is that? See, I was getting 2 million sometimes, and now I didn't. And I don't think it's related to how much of defense the enemies put up. Maybe it's because I had some story point stuff helping me out there? I would not claim to know. There's nobody here, sunshine. There's nobody here. Let's tone it down a bit. What if we do 90 and 60? What do they do with that? SO is something you do in hard, hitting ships that are used to end battles quickly. SO, Christ, what's it called again? Something overrides. Safety overrides. So much shorthand in this that goes over my head. Alright, let's try doing this a little bit less to see if it gives me fewer points. Because I only need 20 or so, right? Still 40, right, I overspent on this. Anyway, huzzah, you have convinced TriTac to stop attacking your interests. Not that they actually did much. Can I talk to somebody? I've experienced some recent friction with TriTac. It's time we made a mutually beneficial deal. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you with that. I must inform you that company guideline requests that I report this conversation to my superior. I'm sure they'll take care of you. Oh, you need a known contact. Do I have a known contact with TriTac? Intel. Contacts. Hey, I got one TriTac guy right here, who I have not developed. But he's a high importance military trade guy, so I think I will develop that contact and find him. Sure. Where is he? I probably should have checked that before dealing with him. Is he in High Brazil? Faction TriTac. He can be found on Ioki Bress. And that is in High Brazil. Alright, we'll go and speak to him and then put an end to these hostilities once and for all. Everybody wins. Although I'd like to not be here right now. I might just trans-jump out. Yeah, and there's no other people for me to hoodwink. Alright, it was nice knowing you this system. Try it out in the simulator. You might like having the speed of a frigate, but the flux of a capital. I was assuming that I could pilot the thing quite well. That's quite the assumption. So I want to go to Iokubrez. I guess that's just in here. And this time, for once, we could actually have our transponder on. Because we're not trying to do shifty things. Almost unthinkable. And because I didn't sully relations too hard, I'm not kill on sight for these people. Amazing. Don Paolo is here. Good with energy weapons and steady. How nice. Hail, contact. This better be good. Remind me to take you shopping for proper suit. I know a guy that can do wonder. Okay, steady on now. You think you could arrange a deal to solve my ongoing friction with TriTac? Don't call me Ryan. There may be ways to make it work. TriTac believes in internal competition. Reports I'm reading are an indication senior execs behind your friction have overplayed their hand. The financial predictor section is seeing a lot of red coming up despite their best efforts to cover it up. Blood will spill, figuratively, of course. What do we have here then? Data sharing, certain nav charts, shared stuff. Increased accessibility for your colonies, proportional to their market size, and in turn, proportional gains to TriTac's trade access. It's not exactly a cartel, but it's a good first step. You gain opportunities, and I get my percent for arranging the deal while cutting down a few unjumped vac heads. Win-win-win. It's a good deal, Vinegar Stokes. I suggest you take it. Well, whenever everyone tells me something is a good deal, of course we take it. Smart move. Now I've got calls to make. 24% accessibilities. And they get 15. Is their accessibility good for me? It's certainly good for me, and that might be good considering I'm about to get blockaded, but thank you. While I'm here... Destroy the orbital solar array. No, I don't think so. We're just here for a good laugh. Alright, interesting. So we had our friction, or we had our colony crisis with Tritac, and now it's gone. Gone for good. What caused this to go down by a bajillion, though? Was all that Tritac raiding and stuff dropping this down by 40 or so each as well? I don't know. Knights of Lud want a piece of me. The Persian League. The Persian League I'm a bit concerned about. Should go and say hi to them. By the way, am I anywhere close to where this story stuff is? Maybe I should go and talk to so-and-so about the Ziggy thing that I found before I go back home. Also, while I'm here, I picked up a new ship. And if it had D-mods, you couldn't tell because they're already gone. Whoa, okay. Ah, no, I thought this was another one. It's not, of course. Could buy another one on a black market, but I'm not interested in getting tracked down. Although I suppose I could just buy it and then talk my way out of things. I do like those Auroras. And I could replace that Fury as well. Although I could just buy it straight up right now, couldn't I? Buy it, take it home, refit it. Suddenly I've got some nice ships. Out with the Eagles, in with the high-tech. You should take care of the blockade before your planets get starved. Are they really going to starve? It's only a 60% accessibility hit, and my accessibility is pretty good, is it not? Look at that, 150% access. And that's with the blockaded. 120... 121. Exactly what is this blockade doing? Your trade fleets will also get lost. Yeah, but that's their problem. Anyway, I will go and deal with it, but I want to go back and sort my stuff out. Trade goods, hire crew. Yeah, I do think I want to buy this thing. Only one colony had a food shortage, the other has a volatile shortage. Is that really a shortage, though? Hey, it is a shortage. Actually, why do they have that? Incoming shipment lost. Are you telling me that shipment that's inside the same region got lost? I guess that's exactly what they're saying. For some reason, I thought being inside the same system might defend them against that, but maybe not. Here we go, shipping disruption. Well, better go and deal with them. I'd love to up my farming, by the way. I don't really want to spend a lot of story points on it, but food seems to be worth a lot. Is there something you can pick up to make farming even better? I get the feeling I could just steal one of these. I should certainly try piloting one, though. But if I'm going to sort it out, I'm going to sort it out back home where all of my guns are. You're coming with me. Black market suspicion level extreme. I know. I'll just have to talk my way out. Talking my way into and out of any situation. I wonder if I could just emergency burn my way out, or... Nah, they'd probably catch me, right? Their burn level is far greater than mine. Let's try trans-jumping immediately, see if they can't get... Oh, wow, yes! So much for being extreme. And look at that, these things expired already. It really doesn't last very long. Alright, let's go and deal with this story lark. Somebody said we're close to the end. Can I get a number on that? Because I will concede that my interest in continuing on with the story missions in this game have evaporated. It's been really bad. Yeah, this is over where the Galactic Academy isn't it? Yes, there we go. God knows how many times I've been here, but I still forget. Also keeps throwing me that sometimes it's left click to move and sometimes it's right click. At least right click doesn't have any bad things, it just unlocks your free look. Alright, I believe there's stuff to talk to Baird about. Captain, I'm pleased you've returned with this valuable data. The starship is irrelevant. We got to it first. Okay, good for you. Yes, discussing the scientific value of what we found. Yes, you do that. Weaponized, not a weapon, unfocused, general purpose. Analysis, implications, volitions. People, of course, like me. This is incredible, Captain. Thank you for this. I must, of course, see to your compensation. Galactic standard money here. Huzzah, it's been done. One more mission that involves 8 locations. Ugh. Sounds miserable. Is this one of those wait a moment and talk to people again situations? Vinegar. Alright, let's... Yes, it is. Leave and come back in. It's urgent, says... Hey, this is a loser we talked to at the very start. Captain Vinegar Stokes. I apologize, but they want to... I was just talking with them. Okay. Alright, what's happening here? Let's get comfortable. Actually, I'll just stand. Sitting is a sign of weakness. We rebuilt the theoretical work held here. Tritax's use of AI made a breakthrough. We who reap the ultimate prize. Our hands are tied. It's clear a side had to be chosen. To this, the high hegemon of... Okay. So I go to Chico, who I stole a pristine nanoforge from, and ask to see the high hegemon. Of course not. Doesn't simply speak with people like you. Imagine what the Ludics would think if you went to the office saying, the Glacier Academy wants to talk to you about firing up Moloch's gland experiment again. Yeah, okay, great. Why can't you do it? Let me be blunt. The hegemony would see me and you imprisoned and executed for what we've done. Okay, great. So I need to get credentials from Yadabe. Talk to the hegemon. I'm not entirely sure I'm going to bother doing this. The colony threats, that's much more exciting. But this story stuff's just a whole heap of ass. We still have an exclamation mark here for some reason. Vinegar Stokes, yes, some kind of new developments. Prototype device, Provost, one way, yeah, okay, what do you want to do? This can interact with the gate manifold itself. It's my supposition the gate network is not so much collapsed, but folded up. Yes, we found those gates, and I've long assumed that they can be used to fast travel around. The last story missions are a bit long-winded, in my opinion. The ward is really nice, but it's not necessary, and there are cool battles in the story mission, but lots of reading. Sorry. I'm not open for sorry. I want to go and blow things up. Calm down. How do I do my mission? All this reading I'm not doing seems simple enough. There's a gate scanning device for going at the gates. Great. Time to scan some gates. Scan some gates. Zero out of... Okay, so I need to jump around and scan a bunch of gates. Last mission has a shortcut. Just drop 1,000 Marines on Kanta to get what you want. Is that this mission? Nah, probably not. It wants me to open up the gates, right? Oh, no, Modo. I don't want to make it last even longer by having the games talk to me. Because then it feels even weirder to skip, because some people go, Captain Vinegar, so we must... yes, and now we... Oh, and to do this, we... No, now that kind of skipping is even worse. Less is more. Anyway, I need to go back and defend my beloved colonies, because they are about to get smoked. That is what interests me. I'm sure the hegemon don't want a bone to pick with me just yet. I have no AI for them to investigate. Yeah, JRPG-ass dialogue right there. Too much yapping. I'm the one to do the yapping, that's my job. Don't want the game yapping. Then we have to compete for yapping time. There have been some verbose games that I've really enjoyed though. Final Fantasy X always comes to mind. Big fan of Final Fantasy X. But then I've already streamed that game to completion. Oh, finally happened. Poor Dawn. I just kept bullying that place, and I decided that Dawn will never survive, so I didn't stop the bullying. They were already dead in the eyes of God. Distress call, you say? I already flew around it. Ah, Von Dougals. Good morning to you. And a good evening to me. Jings later, and I thought, oh, Syndrians. So I don't really know what the Syndrians are getting up to or planning to get up to with me. In fact, wait a second, what's going on here? The Syndrians have backed off. I thought they didn't like my excessive production of fuel. I guess it's not excessive enough for them. 3 out of 3. Ooh, I'm shy one industry here. Oh, that's right. We've maxed this out, so I don't need to play hazard pay anymore. And I could consider turning Freeport off. Certainly gets me a lot of stability. Yeah, I'm fine. The Ludics keep everybody in line. Is there anything I can actually put here that won't cheese off the Ludics, though? Apparently they don't even like mining, which seems bizarre. I'm mining for organics, you fool. I don't have any other organics. Ground defenses. Yeah, but that's not an industry. So I guess I'm just left with... Oh, what about tech mining? No, surely the Ludites hate tech mining. The clue's in the name, tech. Well, I guess we're 3 out of 4, which could even be 3 out of 5, considering I got the thing to enhance even that. Anyway, take me back home. I want to be back in Blight Town. The ground defenses will give you +1 stability at a tiny cost. Now that does sound good. Demands marines, which I don't have. Demands heavy guns and supplies, which I might have. Oh, it's nice not... I was about to say, nice jumping in and not immediately seeing the hegemony. Instead, what in the goddamn... Well, this sounds like Story Point Farming Simulator. You are actually allied with the Syndrians. I wonder what that implies. Right, are you just going to let me pass and go to Blight Town? Good. I was told they're not nominally aggressive, which is nice. It's a shame we don't have pirates coming in. They might take care of them for me. But we were told that they get supplied by a supply fleet, so maybe if I can find the supply fleet... Pursuing me? For what purpose? Alright, alright. Before any of that goes down... Maybe I should avoid installing the core just now then. And maybe just hide it over here. because that's going to make the Sindrians unhappy. And if they're allied with the Persians, then that doesn't really do anything for me either. Yeah, there's just junk to be bought here, but I do want my fleet to be a touch better. So. I wonder if I could just copy these settings over. And this thing performs admirably as it is. So if I just have this as our custom build, and then I go to these and I fit them with a custom build. Seems to have copied everything over, except I need to build in the shield conversion on the front. I wonder if any of the rest of these are worth building in. I'm already left with a Oh, I can put these up further, of course, because I got the skill that lets me enhance these. That's quite nice. How high can it go? It goes up by only 5 more. Okay, maybe not worth clamoring for. Build in the front one. Yeah, reducing the amount of damage taken is certainly worth its weight in gold. Do we have enough for you as well? Yeah, we got enough for everyone. Build in the front. Is there anything else worth building in on these? I really, really like this this ship. Does a whole lot for me. But what else can we be doing with it? $30, $31, doop. Just getting more DP doesn't seem particularly useful for me. Getting people with their missile specialization seems pretty good, so we end up with 3 on each of these Reapers. Who's wasting their missile abilities? Dagoth certainly is. Steady, target analysis, combat endurance. Oh, you certainly are. Okay, you are on one of these. And then Conrad Blaird, yeah, you get one of these as well. There are missiles other than Reapers, you know. Yeah, but Reapers are what I like seeing going bang. Besides, yeah, obviously I know there are, because I gave non-Reaper missiles to Big Daddy. Atropos waste ammo less often. How does this game stack up versus FDL? It's a completely different game. Can't really make any comparison between the two. Into storage you go. Is there anything I need for myself, though? Yeah, I really run down supplies like nobody's business. Who would have thought having all these big chunky ships that take all that damage could take it out of you? Fuel as well. Where did all my fuel go? And there's a maximum amount that I can take in one fell swoop. Fascinating. Alright, give that to me. And then... I can't believe I have to pay tariffs on my own open market. Someday this Ludic Church blueprint package will go somewhere. I saw it, just get it out of my face. Right, so... a lot of these. A patrol, a league detachment. At least my transponder is off. Don't know how relevant that's going to be. There was mention of a supply fleet. Hey, there's a supply fleet. So I'm wondering if I could just sneak over and take out the supply convoy. In the meantime, though, let's just see what the investigation is. It's a lot of ships. Yeah, there are 2 supply ships, so I actually wonder what happens when we take them out. And if we can isolate them. You got a Pegasus, a strike battleship, 50 points. Any other big targets here? Actually, you got a champion. Wait, champion? Just a cruiser. Okay, make that 2 Pegasi. You got this conquest thing. Have I seen you before? I don't think so, but it's another capital ship. Interesting. Alright, what do they want to say to me? They move to prevent you from disengaging easily. What have you to say? Hailing suspicious fleet operating in non-chartered volume. Task force acts in legitimate interests. We're here to make sure you're civilized, Spacer. Open up. I'd understand that if I were part of the Persian League, this could be avoided. You'd need to speak to prominent representative. Wouldn't be subject to random commerce safety inspections unless exceptional conditions are met. We have real rights, you know. Unlike some factions. I will consider it. Indeed, while you consider the benefits, I still have a job to do. Lieutenant, have the boarding parties prepared. No, I think those weapons need to be powered up, although I'm a little concerned about how this is going to go. There are a lot of them. I do have my my battle station? That's not a star fortress. I thought I made a star fortress here. I could have sworn I had. The upgrade is not done yet. Was it even started? I wonder if I'm about to get blown to Kingdom Come here. Oh well, let's find out. 75 bonus for difficulty. Oh dear. Oh, this counts towards my deployment points. Ah. That's not very nice. That isn't very nice at all. Well, let's hope these guys can do fine on their own. You can deploy more if it blows up. Really? You actually get deployment points for losing ships. Is that true? I thought you just got for retreating ships. Alright, this thing should definitely get the heavy escort. Could I just have it as defend location? Your fleet is to defend this location. A significant number of ships will be assigned regardless of whether they're enemy ships. Or couldn't I just tell them all to go and defend this? That seems more reasonable, right? Don't know, I've never been in this situation before. Godspeed, fleet. Good thing there's no points to capture. Feels weird being on this side when there's an orbital fleet. Well, good job immediately fluxing my foes. Yeah. Oh, that's weird. My volume slider button opens up this menu. Losing and retreating work the same way. The ship is no longer in combat, so it's not taking up points. Does the enemy bring in reinforcements, by the way? Like, is that a reinforcement they brought in because they lost one of their vigilances? Easy there, ships. Jinx, those paragons don't look so big when there's an orbital station involved. What is taking you so long, Onslaught? We need your guns here. Maybe we don't. Who says I can't land those Reaper shots? Who says? This is more like it. And I think I did get a bit more of a feel for flying around and attacking, but I get more of my jollies from watching my AIs do their work. That said, I believe we're on a defense thing for my station. That doesn't seem like a lot of defense. Yeah, they'd probably work better without this order. Oh, there goes a big chunk of it, at least. Do I have to pay for its repairs? Asking for a friend. It's been a bit of a bad time. Nah, if it dies, it'll be a commission for a while. Well, I might need it in commission quite soon with all this fighting going on. Especially with this bad boy right here. And that's one of them. They got more. Whoa, okay, here was another capital class. It's giving my Paragon a hard time. Well, we're shooting them, but they got plenty of reinforcements. My poor station ain't gonna hold much longer with all this relentless assault. And now my ships are kind of flying away and not even doing the defending. That's not very good, and I still don't have reinforcements I can bring in. Well, when this thing blows up, I'll be able to bring in more, but with these big ships around, I am concerned. Especially because it keeps bringing in more. Oh dear. Goodbye, my station. Well, still holding somewhat. See, AI can't land a Reaper to save its life. Ah, there we go. So now I finally have reinforcement points. At this point, I severely just lack ships overall, so get these guys in there. What concerns me is that frees up their capital ships to come and pummel me a bit. Well, more than a bit. These are not puny pirates. Some fleet control would help. Yeah, but I need to know what to give them. I feel like every time I give orders, it makes my fleet worse, not better. I mean, what was that defend order? They defended by staying behind the platform. What did you earn? What did you do to earn so much ire? Just existing. Literally just that. I had the audacity to set up 3 little colonies in a backwater system, and the hegemony came for me, the pirates came for me, Tritac came for me, some Pathers came for me, the Ludics came for me, and now the Persian League. The only people who have not actively come for me are the oil people. And that's only because I'm just a little bit shy of producing enough oil. I am definitely going to be seeing who has performed in this fight with a post-match analysis. Quite glad that the Paragon got out of a sticky situation. Earlier on, it was getting ganked pretty hard. We see the front kind of took a bit of a beating. But it's still there. Onslaught versus one of these things. Who wins? What is that thing? The Pegasus Strike Battleship. Strengths and weaknesses, anybody? Tactical analysis? Yeah, I certainly have more to spend. Do I need more at this point, though? Kind of looks like the battle's going in our favor. Then again, why risk it? Get my little crappy ships in there to help. Need some screens for my remaining capital ships. Did they even bring in the second Pegasus yet? Let's not talk about that. Not seeing it, at least. Yeah, my ships are performing, though. Performing pretty well. Especially the Auroras. Although, with all of their missiles depleted, I wonder if they're still particularly good in combat. Maybe I should consider removing a couple of the Reapers and giving them some missiles that will last longer in combat. What the hell is that? Who the hell is that? He's an ally? I don't... Maybe unbeknownst to me, there were some allied ships joining in. Instead of missiles, you could put some energy weapons in the synergy slots too. Seems like a waste, though, right? If it can take some nice missiles, give them nice missiles. Especially because I can have a missile specialization guy. Yes! No! Medusa, no! Not here to see my combat readiness drop, folks. Perhaps it's time for Vinegar Stokes himself to get involved in the fray. Just in time for the trendy music to kick in. Come on, Stokes. See that ship right there? It shouldn't exist. It'll never see this move coming. It saw it coming. No! Bye-bye. Yeah, I'm going to assume the Onslaught is out there doing God's work, but this thing still needs to go down. Aurora can't do all the work, or we can't expect it to. Yeah, perhaps it's foolhardy for me to think that I can do a lot of work here. I should maybe support the existing ships. It's hard piloting upside down when left becomes right. Another reason I like big DP fights, less CR problems. Yeah, combat readiness. Feels like the AI just gets loads of it, but maybe it's just because they keep losing ships and bringing in more. Don't like seeing my beloved Onslaught taking all that damage. I'm here to assist. Keep the pressure on the flux. And I will never ever accept that there are missiles that aren't Reapers. Just as probably planned. I can't hit a Reaper to save my life. Okay, there we go. I feel like I did something. Feels like we're just on cleanup detail now. Pretty sure this thing can be ignored. Ah, it'll die soon anyway. Those Auroras are struggling on combat readiness. To be fair, they've been in this from the start, and they're not the capital ships. Alright, come on, we're in a perfect position to just go and slam this thing right up the botty hole. No little brawler's gonna stop me. There we go. Engage in the madman strategy. Get out of here. Persian League. I believe it mentioned they had 13 fleets, and I think we're taking like 2.5 of them right now. Good thing I'm right next to Blighttown and I get my fixing done immediately. Whew. I could claim victory. Oh, well, just get it handed to us then. Jake, you can change the piloting controls to always point to the mouse. I already have that on. Doesn't stop me making horrific mistakes, though. After a tactical victory, your forces have an opportunity to cleanly disengage. Oh, wait, I have to re-engage. They maneuver for another engagement. Should I slay them? They've still got a champion at the ready. They're low on CR. Yeah, it certainly looks so. I'm just surprised they're coming in for round 2. I'm pretty high on CR and hull for a lot of my ships. I think we should put them out of their misery. Still gives me plus 75 for the difficulty, apparently. Alright, let's see what they have. Can I handle it with just this? Maybe give them 1 Aurora for good luck. They have to engage with Atlases, because they're too big to retreat. Hilarious. Yeah, if they're bringing in crummy ships like this, although that's not quite so crummy. Oh wait, where's its hull? Forget where's its hull, where's its ship? So the armor doesn't magically get restored between fights, so my onslaught may yet find itself in some pickles. Maybe I'm undercommitting here. Send in a couple of Medusas. And this unmolested eagle. Oh, the explosions feel so good. Although I can't imagine what kind of sick people put on the full white screen on the explosions. I was watching some footage of this game, and somebody had that on, and every time an enemy ship went, it was just a flashbang in the face. I did not enjoy it at all. Don't know how they manage it. Jake, where did you get your big ships? I'm stuck with the little ones. This I just found floating around in the hyperspace, and it's my favorite ship in the whole fleet right now. It's amazing. No shields, just Daka. And these two I bought from Tritac, Cost me about 1.6 million for both of them. I need to be very friendly with Tritac and take a commission with them. I took the commission and just immediately bought those ships and left the commission. And I gotta say, I'm quite happy with them. They certainly don't do everything on their own. They're easy to swarm, but they have great range for getting involved. I love it. Well, I mean, why? Why leave any survivors? Pursue them. And somebody said, don't bring in slow ships. I'm not sure I believe that. It sounds reasonable. But, you know, I've had just sending in slow things take care of it anyway. Anyway, send in an Aurora. Send in a couple of Medusas. They're fast. Send all of them. No survivors. Good grief. Did we lose any ships? That Cerberus, I'm certain, is not mine. Same with that Shrike. We lost the battle station, 1 Fury, and 1 Medusa. And in exchange, we took out how many's in a row? 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42, 49, 56, 70, 76 ships. This had better be worth it in terms of what we get out of it. Do I want this battleship for myself, by the way? I mean, if nothing else, I could just take it and store it in Blight Town. 50 deployment points, capital ship. It didn't seem that great, but maybe that's just because Onslaught is such a good Onslaught. Fast missile racks. Additional servos and things. Max charges, rounds, base flux. Activating the system generates significant flux. Yeah, it doesn't seem very good, does it? This is why I don't want to be part of the League. Their ships aren't very good. How about the Griffin, though? Missile cruiser. You know how much I love missiles. Missiles, missiles, ballistic missiles. But it's midline. Jake no like midline. Maintenance is kind of low. Deployment points doesn't seem that bad. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing the use of any of these. I like my high-tech ships. No midline crap space here. I'm trying to phase out my midline. I'll recover my own 2 ships back and then carry on. Haven't been flying an Eagle most of the game. Yeah, and I'm sick of it. I want to move on from the Eagle. Its twin brother, the Executor, is arguably better than the Paragons. Executor. I'm guessing that's something that we're not seeing right here, right now. Reduced by... They attacked me! Well, that's not true. They asked for an inspection, but that, in my sovereign space, is an attack on the individual and on the collective. Pegasus can burst almost anything smaller than an Onslaught. Well, I have an Onslaught. Ah, thank goodness. Supplies to pay for what we just did. Some fuel to make the other people unhappy, and a bunch of guns. Loads of guns. Just pick them all up and shove them into the collective. 63 done to the colony crisis. That was almost as good as about half a raid. Beautiful. For some reason, the Persian League is now hostile towards me, but the big downside is that my battle station is not ready anymore. But hang on, I have other battle stations, so I should go over to one of my other ones and try to engage from there. Checkmate. 60 days until it can return. Is this thing actually upgraded, though? I never finished this? Maybe I didn't have the million to spend on it. Check the combat report before it goes away. Excellent point. You never start... Yeah, I probably didn't want to sink a million on it, because why would I need it, right? Here we are. The defending fleets are outmatched. The blockade is likely to be fully effective, not normally hostile. Conducting operations. Alright, so I need to defeat the whole damn thing. But surely taking out their supply fleets and moving over to my other defenses should help us out there. Here it is. Combat results versus the Persian League. Destroyed, disabled, retreated. Kind of a shame I never got any of these. That was another capital ship, and it did look to have a fair bit of DACA on it. Thank you, F2. 8 solos and 7 assists from Deca. 5 and 6 from Donu. 5 and 9. So the capital's definitely doing what capitals should do. Killing things. Nice job by the station, but the station largely just kept the enemy busy long enough for us to pick off everything else. I got its fair few kills as well. There's me, assisting those kills. Aurora, wow, Medusa scoring kills. Other Medusa assisting on kills. This ship is so crap. Can it do anything, ever? No assists, no solos, just bang and the dirt is gone. Assists, assists, assists. Not bad. It's either defeat the command fleet, defeat them both separately, both supplies, or 6% of the fleets in total. Well, I'm rather enjoying these big fights. It's a whole lot better than doing story missions. We better spend our 900 supplies that we picked off of them repairing our ships. And I should maybe consider putting something other than those missiles at the front of the Auroras. But what? My problem with the Reapers is once they're gone, they're gone. In a prolonged fight, I need something that lasts a little longer. We have the Ion Pulsar and some Pulse Lasers, but there's got to be something better. The thing is, I like having range. And small synergy does not usually beget much range. Of course, I could get some rockets that have more capacity. And I'm open to suggestions on that, because I don't know what would fit well here. There were the Annihilators, and there's tons of ammo on those, but is that even worth it? I could fit 2 Annihilators on them, maybe on the side ones. Isn't it time to get that Ziggy from storage, even though it was expensive? Oh yeah, that's an idea. Could bring it in for these fights as well, watch it do some deletion. There are, of course, the ones that seem to have infinite ammo for some reason. The Swarmer, right, those are guided, aren't they? Swarmer's pretty cool. Short-range guided missile. The missiles are designed to intercept agile targets. Maybe I wouldn't mind that. Sabots and 1 or 2 heavy blasters. Yeah, but I like having some Reapers. Just those big oomph moments. Yeah, you should switch a Pulse Laser for a Heavy Blaster. I mean, one of these things. I think when I tried to do that earlier, Heavy Blaster wasn't an option. Of course, now it is. I'd have to drop some capacitors to make space for everything. That or build some things in. I probably wouldn't mind building in to invest in these, though. They're pretty great. Let's see, we've all got shield conversion for the shield stuff. What else is worth building into this? You could build in it. Yeah, I'm looking at building in another hull mod. I'm just wondering what I should build in. I get a lot of OP or DP or whatever this stuff is if I build in the missile racks. And the rate of fire is no big deal if we are talking about Reapers. And I do quite like that. I love having a lot of missiles in the front. Yeah. The best PD weapon on high-tech ships is a burst PD, because it doubles as frontal DPS. The burst PD lasers are based. I also don't have a lot of them. Also costs a fair bit more. Doesn't change much of the flux, though. I could have that in the front. What's that antimatter? Antimatter blaster. Slow firing, heavy damage energy gun. Pose a threat to the largest ships. Very close range, though. Alright, sounds like I need a fair bit of that, so I will build in the expanded missile racks. Because I like the missiles on these things. That saves me a whole lot, so I can vent and I can capacitor up. Is this ion pulsar really worth it on the front? What would I have instead? Another heavy blaster? The Aurora can get in real close with its insane shields and speed. It certainly can. Hold on, this is a medium hardpoint, but it's energy only. Why did I see rockets available, though? Is it because it's a hardpoint? What if I gave it a Typhoon Reaper launcher on the front for even more reaping? Then it's got a lot of these to throw. It's a cyan slot. It's missile plus energy. Ah, so it's not the same as an anything goes. Is there anything other than the Typhoon that would make sense here? Because that's 18 shots on this thing. Is there any better rocket than that for this? Proximity charge launcher. Deploys low velocity proximity charges with an impressive blast radius. Shrug off point defense. Devastating against fighters. Effective versus armored targets. Dragonfire is very low ammo. Gorgon SRM. More dragon firing. My beloved Reapers. Heavily armored fast missile, good guidance. Anti-armor warhead. Annihilators. Gosh, I don't know. You know, the problem is they all sound good, don't they? Maybe I could try different ones on different ships. That's a lot of PD for a fast ship with a strong 360-degree shield. Oh yeah, I've got the salamander on the back, don't I? Does that thing even do anything? I don't know. I see Starsector stream, I click follow. Oh well, don't get too attached to it. This is my first time doing Starsector, good and proper. Alright, but I do like having extra rockets in this thing. Just have it run up, unload rockets, and life is good. But I do still think I want stuff that has slightly more ammo capacity for when these Reapers run out. So maybe 2 on Reapers and 2 on something else. Something with higher capacity. We have the Annihilators, but I wouldn't mind something that can track. Track, but also have ammo. Yeah, I'm going to give it some Swarmers. What was that called? Swarmer SRM. There we go. You could slap an ion cannon in the front instead of one burst PD. Oh, you're right, the PD already covers this, doesn't it? And I could do with some additional damage. Sure. Let's build in those missile racks. I believe in missiles. Missiles don't betray me. Should I just try equipping them all with this and see how it works? I wonder if I have enough for that. Can I drag this over? No, I can't. Okay. Good, I thought it just copied over to that. Alright, give them these then. Not quite, because I don't have enough proximity charge launchers. Alright, I'll give you something else there then. You want to put a salamander there? But I have another salamander here. I want something that actually costs missiles. In that case, why have this here? Do we have anything with tracking that has a limited number? Maybe give them Gorgons instead. Just try a few different missiles and see what works. I don't like salamanders on Auroras at all. It doesn't need to slow down enemy ships. I think this one still has a salamander on the back. The idea is I like something that shot out the side and then went for the enemy, rather than just aiming off into the wrong direction. Yeah, I'll keep the salamander on you. As for you, though... Dragonfire, Gorgon... Yeah, I said I tried Gorgon here, didn't I? And then anything else that can track. Poor tracking. That doesn't sound good. But you get a lot of shots out of the thing. Give it a go. There we go. Maybe we can see how they all perform. Wait, why do some of them have vastly different speeds? Is it because of helmsmanship? Yes, I rather think it is. Since these are really, really good, it could probably do with a better captain. Yes. Nothing against you, Lane Inty, but you gotta go. Also, I believe there's some level ups to you. MMK squared, you are in charge of the Big Daddy. If you could kindly get... Oh, you already have impact mitigation and missiles. And helmsmanship. Which I should maybe consider making elite. Better top speed. 0 flux speed boost activated at any flux level. Wait, what is that plus 10 SU per second? I have no idea. Hull damage taken? It'd be nice if that reduced armor damage taken. We don't do energy weapons. Is that true? Doesn't it have a couple of built-in energy weapons on the front? It does. It's got 2 large energy weapons on the front. I didn't even notice that. No, I think that was pointed out before. Even so... Maybe ordnance expertise is better. Flux dissipation per ordnance point spent on weapons, and it has a lot of those. Plus 20 flux capacity per ordnance spent on weapons. That sounds really, really good. Does anybody have an argument against that? Unless you're telling me 10% damage taken reduction is pretty good. Building expanded magazines would be good. You have 3 weapons with ammo. Yeah, I think I haven't built in more onto Big Daddy after I got the ability to do more of it. Ordnance expertise does sound really good. The weak fear the spiritual potency of the killing machine. The strong instinctually recognize its beauty. Yeah, being able to dissipate better sounds, well, better. But I gotta say that 10% damage taken sounds good. What's this other thing? Charges, regen, cooldown. But this thing's ability is just to charge into battle, isn't it? Yeah, burn drive. That's not really splendid, is it? Repairs of damaged but functional weapons and engines can continue while they are under fire. I'm going with ordnance. And I believe I can have 2 elite skills. 50% maneuverability in this thing. I'm unsure if that's really worth it. Repair 0.5% per second when below 100% hull. And it can repair half of its hull. You can't tell me that's not good, right? It's a shame it doesn't repair armor, but that's going to keep this thing in combat a whole lot more. And I like that flux capacity thing. So just like that, this thing should be a whole lot more of a beast. Potentially beautiful. Alright, there was some talk about building something in about missiles, right? Building expanded magazines would be good because you have 3 weapons with ammo. Which weapons have ammo? There are the rockets here, sure. Oh, there's max charges on this thing, 20. Is that how it works? The thermal cannons on the top corners, are those really worth caring about? Oh, hang on, Storm Needler has maximum ammo. The ones with 2 DPS values have ammo. It's damage and damage. Yeah, I've just noticed that thing max ammo there of 60. Needler's, the heavy needler doesn't have an ammo capacity thing though. Interesting. What was that about bullets? Must be on weapons, right? Expanded magazines increases the ammo capacity by 50% for ballistic and energy weapons. Increases it by another 50%. Okay, that sounds very, very good to build in. And since I love this ship so much, I will do that. Yeah, more DACA. If DACA is what it does, DACA is what we should be investing in. Although the extra ammo doesn't show up here. I'm sure it will. Poor Fury. What a waste of time. There is the idea that I should bring in Ziggy if things are getting outlandish, though. Yeah, probably. Got some big fights going on. Oh my gosh, I forgot that this thing was still here. The Hammer of Lud. Do I dare? Should I dare? This is kind of what I have them stored here for, right? Perfect scenario for the hammer. You don't have to go anywhere. Yeah, you're right about that. But now my crew is under strength. I hope you have thousands upon thousands of crew for me to take. You do? Oh, well, that's convenient. I'd like thousands upon thousands of crew, please. Yeah, I have become the hammer now. Yeah, I should probably take more to make up for any potential losses in combat. Costs be damned, the fleet needs to get off my arse. Should I store any? Probably not. Good lord, what a slab. And then up comes Ziggy. Yeah, this is so much better than the missions. Although I will need to fix these things, and I can imagine that's going to cost me, yeah, a whole lot of supplies. Repair all your ships for 305. Nice that they just let me do this whilst we're under immediate attack. It's alright, we'll get more of these if we need to. Yeah, we just instantly fix these massive ships. Although they do have their demods. Maybe that's a good reason to actually drag them around with me for a bit, so that we can get those demods fixed. Because restoring this thing would cost 2 million? No thank you. How about restoring you? Yeah, okay, very glad I took the demod booster. No, we haven't equipped the hammer. We need to think what to put on this thing. Alright, well that's Starsector for you. Spending time in refitting for 5 minutes of combat. Although that combat was fairly lengthy. Either way, I need to take a water break. So whilst I head away, you consider what would be best to put onto our beloved Lud's hammer. There we go. I'm surprised he has the Ziggy but not the Onslaught Mark 1. If it's story related, it's because I just cannot stand the story of this game. That's a lot of ballistic hardpoint on the front. What can be done with this thing? Increased maintenance, thankfully, is no big deal, and degraded engines is also not really much of a big deal. I can't imagine this thing having a lot of maneuverability to begin with. What does the game automatically think it should have? Autocannons, hellbore cannons. Oh, it doesn't have small guns. So this thing would need to dedicate a fair bit to its own defense. Ablative armor. Very funny. Alright, any bright ideas for what this thing could do with? Not sure I'll even bother putting defense on it. The other ships are there to chip in with point defense. The Devastator should be all the PD that you need. The Devastator. And the Devastator cannon here. I suppose I could put that on the corners like so. And then it covers the front, and if they get behind the back, well... I suppose PD can go in the back. This thing's never going to be firing out of its back anyway. Alright, there we go. That covers PD all around the thing. What are these missile hardpoints for anyway? I suppose if I could blast some Seeker missiles out the side, that'd be fine, but... it needs to be rather a lot of them. Yeah, wait, special? What is this thing? Medium-range anti-shield missiles intended to be used in the opening round of combat to disable the shields of an unwary opponent, opening up an opportunity for high-damage anti-armor projectiles. That sounds pretty cool, and they're seeking, and there are lots of them, so good enough for me. Having a slight consideration for putting the Devastator over here and here so that these can zone in on something in front. Does mean that if fighters attack me from the front, that could be a problem, but... I want more DACA going forward. And maybe all of it being versus armor. Actually, look at the Mjolnir. 100% versus all, so it's not going to be screwed over by shields anyway. Then again, the Gauss cannon's got good range. Range sounds good. This also needs a good captain, by the way. Dagoth what are you doing? Ooh, hello. Ordnance expertise. Yeah, get off that crappy midline. The Slab is a long-range nuker. Given that you have Paragons, that would have lots of them. Damage going for anti-shield would work well for the front four. These things do 100% on shields, armor, and hull. The Devastator's anti-fighter, though. Hellbore cannon. Heavy maulers. I like the sound of this Mjolnir, it's just that range thing. Do any of these have limited ammo on them? No. Try it out in the sim. Nonsense. We do it live. What did I just put there? The Mjolnir. What if I just put on a lot of Mjolnir right in the front? Because it's equal against everything. So it has shields, we rip through that, and then we rip through what's underneath. And then beyond that... more. Have 6 Mjolnirs, please. What, just cover all bases? Sure, I'm going to want extra range on that. Oh yeah, look at that EMP on it as well to overload. Beautiful. Alright, just do that. The ammo isn't limited. I'll probably want some extra range on it though. Vast hangar. Huge hangar. Small fleet of support craft. No thank you. Ordnance cost of large ballistic weapons by that's pretty huge. Max those vents, by the way. That flux is terrifying, by the way. The capacitors seem like a waste of time. Proportionally, they don't do that much for this thing. And they use up a lot of my DP or OP or some kind of P. Read what the ship system does. I read about ablative armor already. Converted hangar. Not sure I've actually tried doing converted hangar at all. Maybe I should actually read what it does. Increases the hangar refit time, recovers more, da-da-da-da-da. That gives it 2 fighter bays, huh? Maybe that should be fine. Yeah, I don't use a lot of fighters anyway. Oh, these cost... Hang on, where did all my DP go? Or OP or something? Yeah, these cost as well. Harumph. God, I have no idea which of these are worth anyone's time. I have not looked into these at all. It went to more Mjolnirs. I can see that. I would skip fighters or only use fighters if you skip the Devastators. Why? Can my Devastators shoot my own fighters? Yes, sod it. I don't have any spec for fighters anyway. What I do want is longer range, though. That means integrated something or other, right? I was looking for this, but it can't have it. Incompatible with distributed fire control. Much of the damage that takes weapons offline is to external controls. The ship's weapons are engineered to operate more independently, reducing their exposure to damage by 50%. Reducing that, okay, but it can't shoot further. That's a shame. Any bright ideas for what should we put on this thing, then? I could increase the armor, right? Where's heavy armor? That's pathetic, though, right? Assuming ablative armor also affects that, then that's a waste of time. Never mind that, then. Man, that ordnance, that hull repairing thing would be so huge on you as well with all of that. Yeah, reinforced bulkhead. Hull integrity up 40%. That's got to be big. It's also a lot of points to build into this thing. Otherwise, there weren't any things that had magazines to work on here. I can always build in 3 and then add more, but which of these is worth our time? Armored weapon mounts. Increases durability of all weapons. Reduces recoil, decreases weapons turn rate. Increases the rate of fire of all non-missile weapons by 10%. Isn't that kind of bad considering how much we flux out anyway? Targeting data from the ship's ballistic slot. The ballistic weapon range goes up quite a bit. Ooh, that's nice. It does seem good, but I'm being told that the rangefinder does nothing. No shields. Who cares about flux? Well, I'd still like to be shooting. I guess that means I can't have shield shunt because there's no shields to speak of anyway, right? Yeah, ship has no shields. Missile racks, nah, sod that. Flux distribution, extra sod that. Yeah, sure. And that could be built in for 10% there. Probably resistant flux conduits. Decreases the amount of EMP damage taken. Decreases the flux dissipation rate while venting. Oh, increases rather. That does sound good. I'd hate for this thing just to take EMP and go down. Integrated point defense AI. All small non-missile, non-weapons are classed as point defense. Well, we don't have any of those, so that doesn't seem worth our time building in. EMP is deadly, and ideally the ship is venting between using its F ability. Aha. Insulated engine assembly does it as well, if you want to build that in. Increases engine stuff. Nah, this stuff's just for the combat, so I don't think I care too much about that one going in. The armored weapon mounts increases the armor overall by 10%. Yeah, I've already got that thing in here, though. Yeah, the repair unit. Reduces the time required to repair damaged weapons and engines in combat by 50%. And then down to 25%, overload duration goes down as well. Is this thing ever going to overload? And how often those weapons need repaired, I wonder. It'll lose weapons and engines constantly in battle. Alright, good enough for me. Let's build in 3 of these. Probably this one for the expensive stuff. The venting is surely going to be fast enough. Let's get the ones that have bonuses. Alright, good enough. And then vent as much as possible. And then a few capacitors, and there's our hammer of Lud. What about Ziggy? What is a man meant to do with this beast? Lots of synergy turrets. Lots of destruction. Large energy hardpoint here. Twin tachyon lances. Well, I don't have tachyon lances to spare. This is what we got. Yeah, in fact, when it comes to large weapons, I only have these 3. High-intensity laser, auto-pulse laser, and paladin. And that's PD. Ew. Those are all awful for Ziggy. Well, better isn't on the menu. I guess I need to go and buy or take those from Tritac. Maybe I should see how I do without Ziggy for now. If I don't have good weapons to install on this thing. Alright, let's pop you away for now. Besides, I don't have a free captain for you. My captains are busy doing other things, like the valuable job of piloting these. Well, the Medusas do some damage in combat, so it's not all so bad. This freaking ship, the Diomedes, is certainly living up to the die part of it. Alright, are we ready to take on more of these? Because we are certainly, at this rate, taking on all of the attacks from the Persian League. Might need these people for reinforcements. And I want to go and see if I can bring that fighting over to my my other defense platform. Oh, hang on. I thought we decided I didn't want the Pegasus. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we decided that. Even more goods to be had. So yes, they're hostile and traveling to me at a rapid rate. A lot of explosions. New England is there. Dundee Docks are over there. If I beans it, I might be able to get over with the defense platform to aid me. But what kind of defense platform do New England and Dundee have? I need to double check that. It's just an orbital station. I probably should have made these things battle stations. I didn't see the utility then. Then it's probably not going to be as useful as just fighting with my ships. Even so, let's prepare for the future. Unless there's some kind of downside to upgrading these. Yeah, there we go again. It's just orbital station. Battle stations, please. And given what I just did, I'm sure I could take on this and this. I'm just wondering how many of these are about to come for me. Ah, here we go. Standing by to provide resupply. Oh, there's the supply fleet. Alright, even so... I'm wondering just how much of this is... I mean, look at that. They don't have anything. I should just run into these guys immediately. Oh, crap. Why does my ship have to run around like that? Now they're going to merge up and I'll have more to deal with, not less. Although, look at them going away from their buddies. Could I please? There we go. Yeah, I have a funny feeling we're going to have to ravage all of them. Kick them out of my system. Other than the conquests, this doesn't seem too much to deal with. Turheka, Independent Fleet Cap, Colonial Leader, please accept greetings. Uncomfortable pause. I've not been authorized to negotiate on behalf of the League operation. You'll have to speak with the Prime Novarch of the Grand Armada. How about I just kill you all? That sounds about right. Manual flight is the way to go when you need to catch and avoid fleets. So I'm seeing. Anyway, you need to die. Let's see how the Hammer of Lud performs. Maybe just have these guys and then bring in the reinforcements after they are able to engage. Otherwise, these guys are going to fly forward and get themselves into trouble. Good luck, Hammer. Can't wait for Jake to try his Thor's forehead build. Alright, get involved. Well, I see one of them's more keen than others to get involved. And these two crappy ones can go and capture those, but I don't know. I don't like doing all this captured lark. Means I have to give orders, care about orders, remember where people are. That said, though, if you are getting involved, though, let's bring in those reinforcements already. Oh, God, I like these ships. God, I like my ships. Yeah. Look at those Seeker rockets go. What a waste. You're getting turned around for no good reason, friend. That could go bad. You're taking on two caps there, which is probably not a good idea, whilst you're getting completely distracted by this waste of space. Just ignore it. Support each other, guys. If you can. These look kind of cool. A lot of space for DACA on it as well. That's what frigates are so good for, distractions. Yeah, if you get distracted, it hardly... Oh, I want to see those Mjolnirs in action. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. It's still trying to hit that thing. Almost succeeding. Well, that is pretty damn cool. Pretty damn cool. Yeah, go Lud's forehead. Why use anything other than capitals? Put the ignore order on little baby frigates. I put an ignore order on one of them. Look, this thing is on ignore and it's still being shot at. And for some reason you've decided to fly off on your own. Taking on a little brawler and for some reason struggling. How are you struggling at that? That is a brawler, right? Sure seems like one. Not liking this fight. Everyone's getting spread out. Doesn't feel so good. Does feel good eliminating enemy caps, though. Yeah, surprising shields on those wee brawlers. Excellent work. Yes, charge on in. Remove them from the equation. The brawler is just there to annoy your fleets with shields. I was doing a good job at that. It's a bit of a shame that you don't get to deploy more ships for destroying the enemies. You get rewarded with failure and punished for success. You destroy the enemy fleets, they bring in new, fresh ships. Whilst your ships are going, God, I'm tired. I like that Mjolnir. I like the Mjolnir combo of just more Mjolnir. I mod my DP limit to about 3,000 to avoid that. Does the game struggle for you? Is that Fortress Shield an ability? Or is it constantly passive? Is it something you have to activate, like the thrusting engines? Yeah, like that burn drive. Oh, put the burning into burn drive. Also, please land a hit or two. Yes! The Fort Shield is on it. Okay, so I thought it was just always take less damage. Guess I was wrong. Ah, it's a monitor, not a brawler. Yeah, it even says, though, monitor class escort frigate. Definitely an annoyance. That is beautiful, but it needs some help. Nero was busy getting annoyed. We kept saying it, and I kept not reading it. Yeah, those annoying wee buggers. Definitely excellent at being a distraction. Yeah, what is one meant to do against these monitors? Maybe EMPs? Have them set to ignore. Oh, there's an idea. Don't waste your time with monitors. Although this one's already being engaged, so what's the point of telling it to ignore? They generate hard flux when they keep the shields up, so light pressure eventually fluxes them out. Let's see. Whoa, easy there, buddy. You're getting a bit ravaged. Maybe I should tell this thing to get out of here. Don't want to take unnecessary losses after all. And that hull of it, its armor must be in shreds if its hull looks like that. I think they're slinking away. Yeah, how's that for sustained pressure? Combat readiness trait with the elite upgrade. It goes quite well with the hull tankers. Why is that? Okay, that thing's just going to get away. Never mind it then. Claim glorious victory. How did I lose 1,600 crew? Are those all people that got shot to shreds on the Invictus? That's a lot of people dead, but that's okay. It's not Marines, so we don't worry about that. Damage to the Invictus is dead crew. Oh well. We have plenty more where that came from. Second in command, take care of what's left, please. Okay, this time some did get away. Not able to get my hands on that cool-looking capital ship that they had, but that's fine. Just take what there is. We're very close to going full hostility with the Persian League, but that's somewhat to be expected here. Let's get our ships repaired for massive amounts of supplies. And yeah, I overstocked on people aplenty. It's nice being able to just immediately get fixed up, though. I don't see a good reason why we can't just keep taking them all on, but then again, that's the Grand Armada, right? That's the one that's not going to be piddling around. If I just engage that one head on, I'd be in for a bad time, so I probably want to do it near an orbital station, if at the very least. Or we try and engage their supply ship without anybody knowing. Yeah, I have a feeling that Grand Armada is going to be a huge problem if I do engage it. There we go. So you want a piece of me on your own. You'll be a bit tougher than what we just faced, though. But if I can separate you from the supply fleet, maybe we can do something about you. Avoiding contact. Oh, right. Oh, well, if you just want to go away and offer unto me your supply fleet, I will graciously take what you offer me. Hail, friend. I've not been authorized to negotiate. I'll negotiate with the Hammer of Lud, then. Engage. It seems to be pretty good just getting these guys involved and then bringing up the rest. I do think this thing costs a hell of a lot, though. It does not give me a lot of points to bring in more basic flux shielding. Maybe I should... it's good to get these hammers in early. I just wish they wouldn't drift apart so much, you know, actually try and sustain a front line. But they don't like doing that. They like branching off. I want to sustain fire on foes. If only there were many of me to work in conjunction. I'll go and capture that while you're at it. Are we the baddies? No, no, they're infringing on my space. Hey, you guys actually going to take that? You're going to struggle to. Alright, I think we got it. Ignore anything about that. And then, once again, you're up front, and once again, you're facing down everything alone. I'm kind of sorry about that. I like what the little Medusas do for us. Get stuck in. Get stuck in. God, just popping them like zits feels so good. They say the ultimate fleet composition doesn't exist. Are we the baddies now? So far we destabilized fewer than 10 planets. Clearly we're peaceful. We just wanted to live in peace here. make money, go and sell people lots of heavy armaments at great rates, might I add. But no, everybody wants to just come and have a piece of me. Also, AI just bumping into each other. It's good to pick off all the little crappy ones, because our capital ship's going to have a bad, bad time. So I read a lot of complaints about this particular crisis online. People saying, like, out of all the crises, this is the worst one. I think it was something about the scale of it. Somebody was like, the 13 massive fleets they bring in is just incredibly disproportionate compared to everything else you face in the game. And I suppose if I didn't have these big chunky ships, I would be in the fetal position crying. And I still think their Grand Armada is more than I can put up with. But that's why we're being sneaky-like in targeting their ill-defended supply fleet. It can hit you very early and hard, especially when nobody told you how to set up a colony. Yeah, because I think the requirements for it are pathetic. Something like, all you need to have is a size 4 colony, and in they come. But you could just join the League. Question is, could you leave the League at a later moment? Because if joining is permanent, then I'd probably have issues with that. I don't want to be anyone's lackey. Don't want lucky, you say? The League are bastards. And you can leave later. Excellent. Oh, Medusa, no! Now that I've lost one destroyer, the fight is over. Bye, Pegasus. Bye, Griffin. Okay, I'm loving these Medusas. They might not always survive, but by gods, they get in there. Yeah, facing one loss roll, that's rather nice. Oh, nothing left to say. Time to take out this stuff. Can't imagine it'll take a whole lot to blow up these junkers. Do you need to completely eradicate the supply fleet? Or is this one evasive tanker going to cause me problems? I actually wouldn't mind grabbing another Prometheus and just bringing it back home as a backup Prometheus. So I will. Kill the Grand Armada. Both supply fleets are 75% of the fleets. Oh, hang on. They left me a cruiser here. Cruiser that will be torn apart. Okay, so apparently they still have a supply fleet by virtue of this thing existing. Whoa, easy now. They weren't too chuffed about what I just did. Wonder if I can get away. Because they have these big chunky fleets, they're not that fast. Not that I'm fast, but I have a boost in my own system. I see you're once again leaving your supply fleet. Oh, did it just run away? Then I wonder if it counts as defeated. Too much information that I don't have here. I get ran towards your planet. My fleet detection isn't that bad, is it? Also, that's not my planet. Just gotta stay away from that Grand Armada. The Grand Armada, which is now pursuing me, is a real problem. Ow. I might need to emergency burn to get away from that thing, because it is a problem. How are they so fast? And I am marginally faster. Wait, I should be marginally faster. Yeah. I'm over capacity because of my 2 extra ships. You're hauling around the brick. Oh yeah, the Hammer of Lud is slowing me down as well, but my boost should be enough. I'm just surprised that they're... Yeah, their max burn 18. Faster than me, huh? That could be a problem. Not sure I can take that on. Hail, friends. I'd rather not take this on right now. Maybe I could. Maybe I could. I mean, we tore apart some of these kinds of ships just earlier. Those conquests are cool, though. Let's just have a wee chat first. Independent colonial leader, Captain Vinegar Stokes, greetings from the Persian League. You may be wondering why we're here and in such force. I'm wondering exactly that. Perhaps you could explain. Gladly. It's the aim of the Persian League to form a confederacy which upholds the rights and freedoms of each member. Together, united in strength, we stand against tin pot tyrants, fanatics, and megacore alike. Otherwise, independent politics get peeled away, eaten, devoured. You described a protection racket, and I'll have no... Strength is necessary to protect freedom. From thugs like you and your bosses in Kazaron. Be realistic, Captain. Sooner or later, you're gonna have to make yourself a deal. Well, I can still disengage. Yeah, they got quite a few build-ins here. I am going to stay away from them, and I don't want to just throw everything away right now. It's worth remembering that we're not reloading anything. Losses are... losses. I'll get back to my home for a little while. Pick off the other supply fleet. I'm just wondering if the other supply fleet is gone. Because it did have 1 survivor. Don't know what to make of it. And yeah, I absolutely want to drop off my extra ships. You there. Goodbye for now. And what was the other thing that I picked up? I think, given that I'm not using it anymore, I could probably just say goodbye to you. Too expensive, you don't bring the DACA, whereas I really like these little guys. I like them so much, I'd really like to build something else into them. Maybe something to improve their shield arc. Because, yeah, it is kind of titchy at 120. What was it that did the better shields? Extended shields? Yeah, I might just give them both extended shields and then build it in. Yeah, there you go. Get some actual shields on those bad boys, because yeah, these things are really impressing me. Who would have thought a few light needlers could do such work? I'm starting to wonder if instead of phase lances, they should have something that can focus down hull, so the needlers take away the shields and that does the rest, but they do a good job in general. Extended shields. Add extended shields, build in extended shields. And then this thing might be a bit busted up, but don't worry, we'll get you fixed up in no time. Add extended shields, build in extended shields. Do I want more capacitors or do I want more vents on these things? Probably capacitors. Something is off here. Hardened shield, hardened shield. Ah, that's right, because you have this extra thing right here. Do you have a phase lance? Or do I still have a phase lance? I do have a one phase lance. Alright, there we go. Now we're uniform. I like at least one ion pulsar and 3 burst PD, 2 front, 1 back on any Medusa. That was... I thought it was burst PD laser that actually does a bit of offensive work. Anyway, I think this is fine. I'm very happy with their performance, so this seems a bad moment to say, oh, I'm going to change them out now. Certainly taking some thumping on all of this. Looks like everything repaired, despite the costs. Cybercop Psyche, freelance administrator. Just drowning in administrators. Right, so what if I were to go for their other... Where is their supply fleet? It's right there, next to the jump point. Let's see if we can worm our way over to them. The Grand Armada appears to be coming straight towards me again. With their enormous burn level, again. Oh, whoa, I think I just gave them... Just got around them. Although it says pursuing. Oh no, they have pretty good range on me. What do I spy with my own little eyes? What do you mean I'm over fuel capacity? Is that slowing me down? Hail, good friends. Alright, second supply suite has got to go. Pretty happy with this combo, and then we bring in the Medusas when they engage. Take that. Since you keep flinging yourself forward, maybe you should be the one that slows down a bit by taking that. And once we have it, you can ignore it and get on with it. And now that you're close enough, let's bring in some backup. As if we need it. What were those little red lines coming out of there? Does a Mjolnir cannon like do tracing lines and then fire into that? It's my best guess, and it is only a guess. It was some smooth flying to catch both of the supply fleets on their own. That's why I invest in being sneaky and fast. We've got the phase ships and we've got the boosts for... Oh yeah, that looks like it. Just boom, charge up, and then bigger boom. Goodbye, Griffin. 10 points from Gryffindor. Those are enemy laser missiles firing at the Invictus. No, I'm quite certain it's the Invictus. You know, we had 4 of them in a row like that. That's the Invictus ability, the laser pointers. The turrets switch off, but the main guns fire. And boy, do they fire. I don't think this ship has shields on its side anymore. Surprised it has a side at all. I mean, yeah, you could say I should be piloting my own ship and get involved in here, but when I don't pilot, I get to enjoy my ships doing their work. And this gives me similar jollies to playing, say, Mountain Blade Bannerlord, when you sit back on a high point in the battlefield and watch your soldiers get to work. God, it's so good. We should probably be doing things like ignoring these little crappy things. Monitor. Iggy. Caught out with that before. And look at that much better Medusa shield. Holy smokes. That's easily... Yeah, that is double what it had before. I think it went up by 60 and then another 60 up from 120. Yeah, those are other lasers, right? Interesting missiles. Buying that extra Aurora was a great investment, in my humble opinion. Love the Aurora. It was also cool to see how a big fight can go, you know, rotating a lot more ships, bringing in extras. I like it. Maybe I should focus a bit more about capturing the points, that way when I push the foes back I can bring in more of my own. Unsported Griffin flying into 3 caps, inspired choice. We wish we were half the pilots these guys are. Is that thing even still alive? Never mind. Oh, the Hammer of Lud compels you. How did we find this thing again? Didn't this thing attack us and I decided to take it home just as a trophy piece? And now that it's here... The problem is I can't really bring it on offensive missions, can I? It's just too slow to be taking out of system, but when it's in system, oh my days. Keeps my home safe. Maybe this is the secret to deal with the hegemony. Because those hegemony inspection fleets, they scare me. You stole it from the church? No, it was generously donated. Otherwise, why would it be here? Come on, she's down and ready to go. It's such a marvelous feeling. Seeking missiles are just dreadful, though. Do they even have anything left? Maybe just the one ship I told them to ignore. Claim your glorious victory. And then it's time to wipe this out. I sent in what I thought was a modest amount to take out a supply fleet, and I still didn't manage, so I'm going to send in, you know, a lot. And they still get out with a few. Whoa, Atlas. Always happy for additional... Ooh, my own conquest. A pair of my own conquests. And a lot more Prometheuses. Am I going to be able to get back home with all of this? I can try. That gives me a lot less to salvage, but I like the look of those ships. Now, can I actually get out of here? System bounty in Coromandel. Wait, someone put a bounty up here? I hope I'm not just paying myself. Ah, here we go. The Independents put up a bounty here. Independent commercial interests in Blighttown have banded together and posted a modest but long-term bounty on all hostile fleets in or near the Coromandel star system. The bounty stipulates that trade fleets are an exception. You'll not get a reward regardless of the faction. Relationship with the Independents not affected. Why not? Maybe they remember the raiding that I did and all the money I took. Alright, that's all well and good, but I need to get back to one of my planets to actually deposit these ships of mine. And the Grand Armada is right in my face. I think my best thing is to jump out and then jump back in next to one of my other planets. Because otherwise the detachment here is going to have its way with me. But do I need to eliminate this entirely? Because I've been told many times you need to take out the 2 supply fleets. Is the fact that there's a few ships left in the supply fleet a problem? Do they still count as existing? You only need to take out the Grand Armada. Yeah, people just want me to go and fight that thing. And I'm not opposed to it, but I want to see what happens when I take out the supply fleets. You do not need to kill them all. What you've done is good. Okay, great. Oh, hang on. Something just happened there. Persian League blockade defeated. Tell me more. Blockading forces have been defeated and any remaining ship... Man, is that it? Like, I like this system. I really like it conceptually, but it really feels like we're a bit of polish and refinement away from it being something that's fun to engage in entirely. Anyway, it's a whole lot more enjoyable than going through the main missions, but now they remain hostile, but they're returning to Kaiser Watsits. Not bad. So, interesting way to take care of it. Pick off the wee guys that are around, lift the blockade. Are you going to pursue me? No, get out of here. That doesn't look like returning home to me. Grand Armada, getting out of here. Okay, very good. Get me back to Blight Town. And now it's only the, what was that, Knights of Lud that want a piece off me? Yeah, that was a swing of 70% accessibility. Very nice. What do you mean conducting an inspection? Do we need to have a talk about this? Yeah, get out of here, Ali Psych. Changed their tune pretty fast when I came along. Alright, Glorious Fleet. There are entirely too many of you. The D-mods on the Hammer of Lud I don't think actually have any real impact for me. Oh no, not 15% less top speed in combat, and the maintenance doesn't matter. So this is just something that I pull out at home to defend the colonies in a moment of desperation. Pretty glad that we managed to destroy the enemy fleets there. So yeah, you get stored here for a while. And let's see. You guys are backup ships. You're a bit of a trophy. Someday you'll be useful. Away you go. Yeah, trophies galore. Pretty happy. I'm actually thinking I might even someday get rid of the little omens and replace them with more Medusas. Although Medusas are double the deployment points. But the Medusas actually do a bit more in combat than these, or so I think. I could be dead wrong. The important thing is these Eagles have got to go. The Eagles have outlived their usefulness. In fact, I think I'll drop off one of them right now. In fact, maybe just keep my own one. Of course, this also needs to go. Proto says, now, Jake, as a birthday request, can you please do the top mission in your accepted tab again? Please. It'll be worth it, I promise. The top mission in your accepted tab. The Abyssal Space Oddity. Go to the sensor array located in Berlin's... I think I got this an aeon ago. I wonder what it's all about. Better than doing all this gate nonsense. Alright, well, if it's a birthday request, how can I turn it down? We'll go and do that. Maybe I shouldn't strip away so much of my fleet if I'm heading away like that, though. Although, which of these would I even continue to take with me? Ach, the fleet is fine. Hell, if it was able to handle the Persian League, I think we're A-okay. Also want to keep in mind the only remaining thing here is the Knights of Lud. And this stuff is building up very slowly, so it'll be a long time before this comes along to do anything. So we dealt with the pirates. We got the pirate protection. We dealt with the League. We've postponed the hegemony by ripping out AI cores. I don't have an alpha core. I'm not sure I've ever had one. I think I had one early and I sold it because I had no idea what their worth was. But it was worth money to me, and that's what I could get out of it. Alright, when it comes to cargo and things, would you look at that? I have way too many people. Can people be put in storage? Yes, because people are things. And I don't think I need to pay them when they're in storage. So there we go. You guys get out of here. I'll keep some extras on me. The Marines. The Marines aren't seeing so much use these days. Maybe I could also deposit a bunch of Marines. That makes the Marines that I do have a lot more experienced. And it cuts down on the amount that I have to pay. I'm not sure I want 100% good Marines here. It also makes my my extras brought in by the Valkyries and the... I think I ditched all the Valkyries, but the phase ship's even better. 80%. Yeah, 90% is good enough. In fact, why don't we make it a... Nah, I thought about making it a nice round number, but we'll avoid that. Alright, good storage. Also, ship weapons. For some unknown reason, we picked up a lot of them. No really rare loot. I would love it if this game had, like, I don't know, like a special version of each gun, which is just over and above, and it's some rare loot to pick out. It would make going for these big engagements feel a bit more rewarding, rather than just sifting through all these, kind of like Avorion does. Avorion's got all the different rarities for their weapons, and lots of different stats on them as well. It does. Okay, well, I haven't seen any. Mods and ship bounties. Mods as in game mods? Probably, right? Anyway, open market. Nobody needs this much metal in their life. Just give me a token amount to hold on to. I don't even mind paying tariffs. Who cares? Special versions of the guns, you say? Oh, what are they getting at? For some reason, I'm loaded up on fuel. I guess we found a lot. Although I do want to be more or less maxed out for the big journey ahead. We can make it there and back again with minimal problems. Any bounties to pick up along the way, though? We've kind of been ignoring this as we've been under threat. Hey, doesn't that look familiar? The Ludic Church has posted a bounty to bring Case Rosales, a deserter, to justice. The prospect of picking up another one of these is making me look... Oh. What if we take more opportunities? Oh, hello. Executor, do we know these? Two tankers would be recommended. What? To get there and back again? But I can already make it there and back again. Although if I did bring another tanker, that'd be more demods to strip away. If I take one of these messed up ones, I can fix it up quite nicely. I also like how much of a chewed up dog turd it looks like. Alright, you're coming with me. We'll get you fixed up in no time. Although we do need you fixed up with... What do I put in these things again? Augmented drive field and auxiliary fuel tanks built in. I keep pressing escape to come back out one menu, but it always takes you so far out. And I've forgotten already. Augmented drive auxiliary fuel tanks. It's all logistics. Augmented drive field auxiliary fuel tanks. Get rid of all of this stuff. And then the other two are militarized and insulated engines. Militarized and insulated engines. And there we go. Good as new. Make sure it's fully stripped if it wasn't already. Which it wasn't already. Wait a second, why does it still have... Oh, that strips those off as well. Interesting. I want the order correct. Very nice. Yeah, I'm kind of interested in this idea that that we have mods that add in like special drops and that. But can I trust a mod to be balanced? There's another question. I actually think it's time to finally say goodbye to these Valkyries. They're taking up valuable slots in my loads of ships. They do have surveying equipment, admittedly. But I could build in surveying equipment into my ships here. Just wondering if I want to. Ugh, we don't do that much surveying anymore, do we? And it's not like we can't afford the costs. Yeah, I could slap in regular versions of it, though. No, because then I wouldn't have space for other things. But then I could get rid of efficiency overhaul. It wouldn't be a huge loss. Yeah, because what's this doing? Maintenance, fuel, minimum crew. Yeah, go on then. So, sorry to say, Valkyries, I know you've done a lot for me, but in you go. And then you guys are getting not efficiency overhaul, but instead surveying equipment. Which I would build in if I weren't such a miser. But I'm quite a miser. Balanced? Really? Starsector balanced? You haven't met Omega yet, have I? No. No, I have not. There's a lot I haven't met in this game. With only three ships with D-mods. Oh god, this freaking fury. This is something that I should be shelving. Also, I believe we had somebody going spare. There we go. Yeah, one day this thing's gonna get shoved into storage for good. But that day is not today yet. Alright, very good. Get everything repaired. With that extra space, I have extra space for the fuel that I left behind. And then, why not more? By the way, on the open market, is there cheaper? 24, 20... Wait, is cheaper to buy this? No, of course, tariffs. Just because I own the place doesn't mean I get to avoid paying taxes to myself. Phooey. And couldn't hurt to bring more supplies with me. It's a potentially long journey that potentially needs a lot of supplies. I'm also being told that there are level ups on officers. Not for me, I'm maximum, but those beneath me. In the hierarchy, of course. Terminal wetness, you do good in that machine. Helmsmanship, fine. Combat endurance, fine. Missiles, a bit of a waste of time, but what can we get? Charges? Isn't charges good on Fortress Shield? If the ship system has charges... Wait, is it a charge? I guess it's a cooldown on Fortress Shield. Wonder if that 10% damage taken applies to the shields themselves. So I guess it's just on a cooldown, makes it faster to use. On the other hand, energy weapons deal... No, see, this thing doesn't fight at short range, so energy weapons are a bit of a waste. But nothing else here is really worth it, so I guess just get more fortress shielding going. The cooldown is apparently tiny. Well, it can be made tinier, I just don't see the use of any of these. Although, how about that minus 10% flux generated by energy weapons? If you mentor them, you get 6 choices. What? Increases the range of skills available to choose from if I mentor them. Let's see that. I don't think there's any point changing away from steady. Whoa. So if you're going to mentor someone, mentor them early. Cool. That said, is any of this worth our time? Damage to fighters and missiles. I forget if I even put much point defense on these things. What a waste. That one already has a useless skill for the Paragon. Yeah, with the missiles. I'm not worried about making my fully optimal team. How about this one? Flux dissipation per ordnance spent on weapons. Flux dissipation's good, especially for somebody that has all those shields. I'll take it. How about you, Conrad? You've already got field modulation, helmsmanship, and missiles, which is what I like to see here. Not sure I like to see any of the rest of this stuff. Well, actually, this thing gets in close, so energy weapon mastery does seem quite good. Although maybe I shouldn't be judging them based on the ships that they're currently piloting. Jones. Optimizing officers might matter in a small fleet or when going after super tough enemies, if you say so. What is it you're currently riding? One of my beloved Auroras. You already have energy weapons and helmsmanship. And sadly I don't see field modulation. I really love that one. Basil the Bat Lord aggressive in one of these things. I guess aggression is fine. Since I'm dripping in story points, let's just spend it and see what else you have. Field modulation. Fatuba. Again, you've got helmsmanship. So I'd like field modulation on you if I can. Energy weapons might be fine. It does have some energy weapons that it comes in at close range with. Oh, what about operating time, which is actually really nice on these crummy ships that keep going away from me. Sure, let's go with that. God, a lot of people level ups here. You've got the endurance. Target analysis. Damage to cruisers and capitals, that's pretty cool. Missiles look cool. Alright, so let's just imagine you were tailor-made for the Aurora. And if that's the case... I mean, like I said, I'm dripping in these points. Let's just mentor them for the hell of it. Energy weapons is nice for the Aurora. Dissipation is nice. Take energy weapons for the Aurora then. Not compared to raid experience. Yeah, my lovely raid experience. But yeah, these guys don't get experience from raids, surely. Alright, something for... I want to tailor make you for the Paragon if possible. And I'm not sure that's any of these things. Although I'm not sure what you'd want on the Paragon. Helmsmanship, yes. Field modulation, yes. Which you already have. What else could the Paragon really use? Not missiles. Ordnance expertise, yes. But you didn't get that. Energy weapons are only good at close range, which this doesn't do much of. Leading accuracy? Weapon recoil? Your plasma cannons are under 1000 range. No bonus damage at 1000 range and above. Impact something skill on Paragon Captain. Gunnery implants is okay, it will increase the range. Oh yeah, ballistic and energy weapon range goes up with implants. I missed that one. The elite point defense can turn the Paragon into a fleet-wide PD screen. Damage to fighters, damage to missiles, point defense weapon ranges go up. That does sound pretty nice. Yeah, let's give it a go. Come on, we're trying different things here. Wait, these guys get bonus experience somehow as well? Is that because they're mentored? It must be, huh? Alright, you are a poor guy who wishes they had an Aurora. So Lane, what can we do for you? I love field modulation. Beautiful. Alright, that's a lot of them. I've done a lot today. I'm going to save. We're going to keep going, of course, but I'm wary of... This game has autosaves, even so. And it's never crashed on me, which is also very nice. Even so, I just feel more secure when I'm... post... what were they again? The Persian Crisis. Just feel more steady saving often. I don't say it for no reason at all. I believe I have something I wanted to install on one of my other planets, though. There was an item. Yeah, there's my beta core and there's my gamma core. No alpha core to speak of. That. Also you, but that. Transplutonics? No, I don't have that. We'll get this over to whichever planet has the actual production of fuel. Which is you there. This will definitely make the fuel people unhappy. But that is my problem, and their problem. So get over to Dundee Docks and deliver that. What a mess this place is. Can't wait for it to be cleaned up. See, if this was a Vorion, we'd have scavengers coming around to pick up the litter. Also, the scavenger would be me, and the litter would make me rich. I love a Vorion so much. I guess I should plug the game a bit then. So if you're here and you like Starsector, but you haven't been around long enough to hear me gushing about a Vorion is the space game for me. I love it so much. Also, I love getting rid of these demods for free. Alright, so now... didn't realize I had a spare gun going. I have to pay base price for armaments. I'm not willing to do that, even though in the long term I think it would pay off, and in the short term I gotta protect my 6 million. Maybe. But I am here to give fuel production... this. What? I've been bamboozled. Are you telling me that England needs to turn into my fuel production facility? All this time I thought fuel production required volatiles, but it doesn't. What am I meant to do about that then? Do I just set up fuel production here when we hit size 6? Or maybe, I guess so. Because what else would I be putting here? Actually, with the refining, I'd want to put down something that uses the metals and the transplutonics. Hey, would you look at that? It's heavy industry I'd like over here. But I already have heavy industry over in Dundee Docks, right? No, I don't. Wait, what? Do I have any heavy industry anywhere? That's surprising. I think my plan is to have heavy industry here. The orbital works is heavy industry upgraded. Ah, of course. Is it? Orbital works. Aha, there it is. Okay, so I do have heavy industry. No need to panic myself over that. So that means New England is going to get fuel production as well. When I can, when it's large enough. It grows a little, sadly, slowly, but we'll get there. And then I can install and have all the fuel I could ever want. Otherwise, we produce quite a lot of things within the colony, which is nice. Even organs. Organs, luxury goods, ship hulls. Okay, I can be happy enough with that. You could shut down the mining and build fuel. I quite like mining my abundant and rich ore deposits, though. That means I don't have to import those at all. Do I do mining in Dundee Docks? I do, but they don't get me the transplutonic ores, which I suppose I don't have a demand for because I don't refine transplutonics. Yeah, because that's one of the things I need to import. I should get something that can make these. Okay, even so, I want New England to do my fuel production for me so I can use that thing. And if I really want, I can install that thing that gives +1 industry. I could. I have an item for that, although I don't know how it works. Is it in my F2 thing? Tell me about special items. I have this thing. Oh, okay, but it doesn't work unless I have 10 units of transplutonics, which is a ton of transplutonics. Currently, I produce 3. How in the world do you produce lots more than 3? Looks like it would go up to 4 if this thing became a size 6 colony. 5 if I made an improvement. How in the world do you make 10 transplutonics? God knows. Could also cancel the base, but no thanks to that either. Given that I might be fighting against the hegemony someday in the far super future, I also want to make sure that on Blighttown... Yeah, I am going to have that Star Fortress. That will take some time to be made, no doubt, but someday it'll be mine. If you stop upgrading the Patrol HQ, you'll have space for the fuel. Was that on England? I get the full money back. Then where would that go? Would I put that on Dundee Docks, or is there something else I want on Dundee Docks? Can't think of anything else I'd want here, right? I've already exploited all that one can exploit here. So yeah, maybe the military base should go over there. Alright, I'm convinced. Cancel the upgrade. Well, give me enough of it back. Only had 4 days left. Too bad. Right before retirement. I need my fuel production, or rather I want my fuel production. Don't click to remove. Oh, I can't put the building in. I thought I was able to add something into something else. Oh well. It'll be ready eventually. In that case, drop off the item at New England. And then let's get going with the birthday favor of doing that mission. I'm totally going to forget that this is in storage here. Alright, time to go. A shepherd. Yeah, no thank you, shepherd. Not worth my time anymore. We don't need to go around clawing for every single little ship that there is lying around. Lude's Sacred Protectors bringing a couple more of the Invictus to my doorstep. It's getting busy in my my home from home here. What? Must have been all the things that I took, right? Ignoring that, we're actually making something of a profit, which feels good. Now, here's the question. Do we fancy Caveman clubbing our way into maybe getting an Invictus or two? 62 days remain on you, 29 days remain on you. 14 days to get to you, 17 to get to you. Let's try and go bish bash. I don't think we'll get a second one, though. But yeah, let's just see if we can take that on for fun and profit. Although the problem is, if I do get the ship, I'm going to want to turn back and store it back home again. Because imagine having 2 of those completely equipped with Mjolnir cannons annihilating anyone that comes to get me, like the hegemony. Yeah, I'm starting to think my way to deal with the hegemony is just stockpile a load of Invicti, so I can bring all of them into a single battle. Certainly means you have an enormous advantage on the defense. Also, holy smokes, how many demods did I walk out of my system with? And now we've got 1 on you, still 2 on you. Now we stripped away 1 on you. Excellent. You're missing out on the Thigh Rhythm Master game. I saw that on Lucky Stream. I'm a little tempted to give it a go. Oh wait, what's going on here? A giant primary star in the Estonia constellation. A giant primary star. I mean, which one are you meant to think that it is? Vlantone? Unexplored, 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 unexplored. So I guess we'll go and check out Vlantone. You think it's the blue one? Blue one because it says it's giant. All stars are giant. Alright, if you think so. Which star says giant? It's all a matter of perspective. Throws me off so often how it flicks between left and right click being your move order. There was something about a rocky ice world, right? Rocky metallic, volcanic. Maybe I misread the stuff. Rocky metallic world, okay, well. 1, 2. How are your colonies doing? Well, given I just defended them against a lot of attacks, they're doing pretty good. Tritech got smashed down. In fact, their accessibility must be through the roof by now. Size 6. It's a shame you can't get above size 6. The AI can go to size 8, but you're stuck on size 6. With merely millions of people. But yeah, that 205% access must be worth something, right? It's worth some credits at least. New England costing me money because of all the hazard pay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to turning that off when it gets to max size, though. Not here, but we can at least walk away with some information. And who could this be? Case Rosales. Attention, pray, you and your possessions are now all my personal property. What are you doing with the Hammer of Lud? I wonder if it's going to make a bit of a dent in me. It's demodded as well. Come on, man. Are you not taking care of that thing? You have another potential slab of Mjolnirs. I like it. While I'm at it, I want to shove in a couple of you. Deal with that. Deal with that. Most low-tech ships are manufactured with D-mods. Well, that's their problem. Not entirely convinced we're going to be doing fine with just this, so I will throw in... Yeah, for a laugh, let's send in the Fury. Hope those ships can jump out of the range of the enemy's attempt to Mjolnir me down. How sad. No need to have assignments on these anymore. That's what I'm looking for. Surely the right thing is for me to personally get involved and slay the giant. On, what, the last remaining midline? I'm looking forward to no longer being in this thing. It's too slow. I don't want to be this slow in combat. But safety overrides just removes so much combat readiness. Is there a good way to counter that? Because it says it divides it by 3, which is a lot to lose. But being fast as a fighter, with all the power of capital, that does sound good. Oh, steady on there, Aurora. The Hammer of Lud looks upon you, and I'm not sure it approves. I'll show you how it's done. And then I will mosey away. Insufficiently. Oh dear. Oh, I don't want any of that. I've seen those lasers before. Gotta say that EMP damage on the Hammer of Lud is doing God's work. My God's work. Moira's not faring so well. Oh, Crivens! I take it back, Moira. You're doing just fine. Now eat this. Alright, time for this thing to be shot up the arse. Don't destroy it too much. I want that thing. I want this later on. It says it's only disabled, so surely that means we get it. As they try to run away on their crappy little eradicator. Alright, just go and chase that thing down. Very good. Aww. I've been robbed. All I wanted was the slab. Return the slab. Alright, practically got all the supplies back. And who knows, maybe Invictus is just hanging around here. Simulator with a new hull variant. This double dipping of looting still drives me batty, like it shouldn't even be here. Abundant, moderate. Not too deadly? No, it's extremely hot. Also, there's no atmosphere, but that means it's a good place to pollute. Or rather, to avoid polluting. Right, can we take another stab at getting an Invictus? 16 days to get to you. If we beans it, we can get there. I want to beans it. Did you lose your other slab? No, but I left it back home. It's way too slow to be bringing on these kinds of journeys. But I foresee them being very useful for dealing with a hegemony. What's going on over here? Unidentified entities. Well, I'd love to get involved there, but the future of me and the Hammer of Lud is at stake. Ooh, I don't like this. Too much nebula slowing me down. Do we just beans it to hell with the possible damage? Yeah. If you want to hold a brick +1 around, you could use tugs. Yeah, but the tugs take up yet more space in my fleet. 9 days remaining on you. Oh, but taking that shortcut really cut down on the times. Excellent. Tugs don't do cargo or fuel. I'm told they cost a fair bit. Right, what do we know about you? Redeem Zor to justice. They're hanging around at an orange primary star. A tundra world in the Raccoon City Hospital. I'm on the case. Barren world, tundra world. Tundra world is near enough there, but maybe it's even nearer to here from the fringe point. How explored it? I swear I've been here before. I have been here before. Tundra world. Yeah, get over to Pure Land as soon as possible. What happens if you're looking at a target? You're within spitting distance of them and then it times up. Are they still there? Are they still hostile? Maybe you just defeat them and get nothing like that time I took out the targets in somebody's sector. And they went, oh, sorry, yeah, I'd love to pay you and be friends with you, but we only just pulled that. Tundra World. Is it actually such a bad place for colonizing? Wasn't this the place that we were considering colonizing a while ago? I need to double check that. Intel, planets, current place. I don't think so. I think we saw somewhere that was really, really... Oh. Can I take this, by the way? Could I saturation bomb the Ludic Church off of Gilead and then take it for myself? I know it would become decived, so it would go up to hazard rating 75 or 100, but... Rich farmlands, abundant organics. I guess it wasn't here, but I'm certain we saw a nice place to go around and colonize. You can conquer stuff only with mods. Really? Ah, nice of them to just jump right into me. In fact, they want a piece of me. A lot of fighters, but come on, they're not going to stand up to me now. Welcome, Redeem Zor. Do not redeem. No, do not live. He's talking about decieving a planet and colonizing himself, which you can do. Yeah, I believe there's mods where you go into hostile takeover, but I am talking more saturation bombing and taking over. There's a curious question. In vanilla, what happens when you just saturation bomb an entire faction out of existence? You deceive all their planets. What happens? Do they just go away? Do they cease spawning? Inquiring minds want to know. That is to say, mine. Get to work. Yeah, so that planet's nothing to spawn. So the faction just stops existing? You stop seeing them on the factions list, for example? Is that Moira? No, that's the vanguard of No Shieldsville, isn't it? Not my problem. Get to work. Actually, when engaging with that big bad boy, I want to be there myself. Look, an eagle. Smells like a Longplay gold. No, that smells like tedium. I am curious, though. This is a game that I am almost certainly going to be playing more of in my free time, but this Longplay will come to an end. In fact, it might not even be that far from an end, because I want to deal with all the colony crises. So I'll have to take the fight with the Hegemon. And the Ludics and whatnot. And to be honest, I'm sick to death of the main story in this game, so what will probably also happen is I'll do whatever I'm being told to do here. And unless there's something absolutely amazing that does not involve more of these bleeding fetch quests and ghost train rides, I will conclude my time with the main story to focus on... What the hell just happened to my Reaper? You see it floating off over to the left there. What was that? Bye, Moira. You're very close to ending the main story, but what's left is still tedious. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Alright, this is me just taking out the flanks, obviously. All my glorious work. But soon, very soon, that Invictus will be mine. Well, I want it to be mine. Yeah, Maximilian Zero was right. You know, it takes a bit, but you do get the combat and it starts feeling a lot better. But I still get more jollies just watching my AIs do the work. And if I spend my time fighting, then I don't get to enjoy that quite so much. It's a good thing you can phase. It's an inspired decision to drop shields there. Oh, gotta hand it to this AI. It knows how to deal with its range. Another inspired decision to use the debris as a bit of armor. Out of the way, Hot Rod! I'm in prime Reaper position. Beautiful. Once again, it's only disabled. Surely we can pick apart the pieces and put it back together. Well, not nearly as frustrating as trying to fish for more of the Daka Daka ship, the Onslaught. God, I love that Onslaught. Yeah, disabled into retirement yet again. I know the feeling. 1 hour of DDR and I was a wreck today. Do love the look of Pure Land here, but it's not for us, at least not right now. Alright, huzzah. Barely cost me anything either. And apparently somebody is due a level up. It's you, Basil the Batlord. That's Basil Batlord out of Lego Racer, right? Or am I mixing up my own lore? On a Medusa. Energy weapons, ballistics, damage, combat, helmsman. What does Medusa still want? It is alright enough for point defense, surely. Oh, but hang on. With its phase jumping, surely systems expertise will be very good. How does that work anyway? Is it charges? Or is it a cooldown? Either way, I think it will very much appreciate having that. And Cassandra Classic. Damage to cruisers and capitals. I mean, damage is damage. But how about extra range for the thing that already works well with range? I mean, damage is damage, though. Damage is certainly damage. Take the range. Range is what you're good for. I think the main quest is worth doing once, but I don't mind reading. It's kind of a novella of lore with fetch quests that... Single super ship fight. I hope you mean the Ziggy. Maybe there are more super ships. There are limited charges. Are you telling me that phase ship thing, not phase ship, but whatever the jumping is, once it jumps a certain number of times, it can no longer jump in combat? Terrifying thought. Oh my god, it's a crappy Atlas. Guess I should get on with what we're setting out to do then, which is go over for our top story mission, the Space Odyssey. Isn't that a film? Speaking of Cassandra Classic, any interest in New RimWorld spaceship expansion? Nope. Now, I love RimWorld, and I'd be happy to sink my teeth into that expansion, but only when the hunger returns. The last run I did of RimWorld was just so huge. It felt like a very final nail for RimWorld for a good long time. Haven't touched the expansion at all. I did play all of Odyssey. Was that what it was called? The one with all the freaks and that. It was alright, but it really didn't gel well with the rest of RimWorld, in my opinion. Have you gotten the old man's quest already? I wouldn't know what that is. I mean, I'm the old man, and I'm questing, so maybe. It'll bite like Space Age did, oh possibly, and that's a real concern. There's a lot of games that demand a lot of time that are on my radar right now. There's this Starsector, obviously. I'm in the middle of that lengthy and extremely demanding Factorio playthrough, Crown Defenses. I don't see any good reason not to just upgrade that. Although, what does the upgrade even do? We've got ground defenses. Stability 1 and ground defense strength times 2. It puts ground defense up to 3, but do you even want that? Because it increases the upkeep as well. What is ground defense even useful for your colonies? Who even attacks you? I feel like I'm just piddling money up the wall if I do that. Starsector has kept me enthralled for 4 months at this point. There are these 100+ hour playthroughs lining up on my list. Yeah, let's not forget Europa Universalis 5. I'm pretty much losing my weekend to that one. So if I'm not back on Wednesday, you know why. Ground defense is helped with stability. Yeah, but we already have +1 stability, and it didn't look like the upgrade gave it one more. Gosh, we got a ways to go here. Yep, Dominions as well. I really want to do another Dominions campaign. Calm down and get out of there. Not to mention I've got a huge number of just general games that I want to check out on my list. I actually want to play more of that Firefighter game that I played a little bit on my birthday. Because it's kind of like Payday but fighting fires. I hope they improve the AI a bit though. The AI is a bit crappy. So yeah, all these games, so much time. If it wasn't my job to just play video games all day, I don't know how I'd manage. I guess I'd become a NEET. But where comes the money? I've got 4 countries worth of taxes to pay. His Majesty at once, my dosh. I think this is the furthest I've ever been out from the core systems. Whoops. Just have to return to your... Yeah, I could return to my guard job. I need to find a site where I could just set up my PC and play games all the time. Again. Gotta save and save often. We don't do save loading in this run. But it makes me feel more secure. Especially since I'm doing this as somebody's supposed birthday desire. You know, my desires on my birthday were simple. I just wanted to play Draken all day. Right, what do we have here? Barren, rocky world. Debris field straight away. I guess I'll check that out. And then there's some kind of sensor array to discover. Alright, I'll go around and then finish up at the sensor array. I've really not been finding a lot of rare loot on my travels. Hold on, am I getting absolutely singed here? Wow, the red supergiant certainly burns. How far do I have to get away for it to stop sizzling me? Ever. Okay, there we go. This is not somewhere I'd want to live. If I were being told to settle places in the name of Vinegar Stokes, don't think I'd want to settle here right next to the supergiant. What is that system name, Lamau? Berlin's Eternal Airport. That Berlin airport just does not get constructed. Rich and rich. That sounds rather nice. And it's only 200% hazard rating. That's no big deal. Maybe I should send people to die here. I think I'm having trouble moving because of the... What is it? The corona? The corona? There's something. Fancy space terms that I don't know because I'm not into space games, you see. More debris for me. Yoink. Think of the tan you could get. I can't conceptualize tan. Not only am I Northern European, I'm a redhead, so tanning just does not happen. 5 weeks in the Philippines, I was just as pale and pasty as when I arrived there. It's hot. I can't believe low gravity gives hazard rating. Low gravity should not give hazard rating. Low gravity should be a nice thing. Otherwise, not much going on. I think in Stellaris, low gravity is a pure positive. Oh, hello, hello. There's something going on around here. An interception fleet, you say? But I'm friendly. A bounty... Wait, a bounty hunter met me all the way out here. Ah, the Tritech bounty hunters. God, they are doing everything to earn their dosh. Hail, friend. Vinegar Stokes, is it? Consider me so delighted to meet the source of our plunder. She seems content to simply look at you. I've reached an understanding with Tritech. You can stand down, Shawut. Oh, it stands to reason that Shawut would do stuttering. Ah, is that so? No, there is nothing here about the bounty being cancelled. My employer would never make this kind of error. So sorry, Captain. You'll still have to die if you demand, Shawut. Jings, are these even going to do anything to me? Well, maybe I shouldn't be so quick to underestimate them. Omens and stuff. Just give it a trio and see what happens. Actually, you know what? I don't trust them having small crappy ships like that. They might be too much of a nuisance unless I deploy some of these as well. Yeah, they weren't hesitating on the S mods, were they? Yeah, I can't help but feel I may be underestimating this a bit. Let's see how things go. With Basil the Bat Lord on the case, how could we lose? Maybe we'll find a way. Well, the Medusas are certainly having a bit of a hard time. Maybe I do need to bring in a few more. Let's have some omens of our own. Sling in another Aurora and the other Medusa. Because, yeah, these little buggers are flying around rapidly. And they just eat it on the flux. Yeah, and they also EMP my beloved ship. It's okay, we've lulled them into a true sense of security. This thing should probably be defended, though. I mean, we're just flying around losing the advantage. I'm sure my ships know what they're doing. Definitely not the kind of fight where Reapers are going to be helping out, though. The enemy's just too fast. Please hold on to this. Maybe even assault the damn thing. Keep my ships together rather than torn apart where they can be picked off. You have to reinforce the small ships. And the thing is, I brought in my small ships. But these wee buggers are just too fast for us. Then again, the moment we start tearing down one or two of them, that'll make the chinks in the armor appear. Because that's what they have on us. Lots of wee guys jumping in and out, sharing flux. Although one of them's already legged it. Yes, yes. Writhe in my cage of torment. Yeah, so that... Do they really have a limited number of jumps? Maybe I should spend some time in the combat sim with different ships to learn these kinds of things. But I'm not so keen on spending combat simulation time, especially during the stream, because I want to get on with the game. There's no stakes in the combat arena. And it's something I really like doing on stream, is having high stakes. That's why the Factorio run has been so good. A lot of runs, if I'm 20, 30 hours deep, you know, what's there left to do but clean up? But with Factorio, it ain't done until that 40-hour mark has been cleared, and that timer keeps ticking. It's more that they can jump like 3 times at full charges, but then each charge has to regenerate. Ah, okay, so they can bank 3 charges and spend them and get them back. What a frustrating fight. Because it's not something I can just sit down and DAC against, because they're so bleeding fast. What's the counter to speedy ships like this, by the way? I imagine it's bringing your own speedy ships. Or maybe it's lots of lasers, because lasers are perfect. But it seems like lasers are easily shielded. Ah, of course, carriers with fighters. Oh no, not Medusa. Actually, that is sad. Poor Medusa. Just order full assault. You think so? Oh, let's go for it then. Go, 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 my ships. No more pussyfooting around, just kill them. Okay, well now I'm trading. Claims that I have won, though. I mean, winning is good. But getting a bit of revenge for everything they just did to me is also good. What a weird fight. Did I take out the bounty, the stuttering bounty hunter that wanted to talk to me? I can't remember what her face looked like. I think it was you, right? Alright, well, I can't allow you to live. What kind of message would that send? Down you go. Although I guess you can keep the freighter. Now here's a question. Those ships are so annoying, do I want them? It's not much of an investment to pick up another couple of omens, and I gotta say, if I have another one of those massive fights back at my home base, it would rather be nice having more of these guys to flutter around, EMP burst the enemies, and that's probably really good against the low-tech, slow-tech of the hegemony. Leaving survivors is, in the words of a wise snail, foolish, foolish. Don't tempt me now. I wanted to do some Slay the Spire this week, but there just hasn't been time. Too many games. Believe it or not, I do things outside of just streaming. I don't just sleep, eat, and stream video games. Sometimes I just play them in my own time as well. God forbid I make use of the entire lake that's next door to me. Yeah, more variants. Ah, here we go. Yeah, apparently we hadn't seen these Hyperion advanced gunships before. Fascinating. What's the Luddite major crises? Yeah, so let's maybe take a look at how the colony threat is going. We really curb-stomped the bar down after taking care of the everybody. But who's even left to threaten us? There are the Knights of Lud. Hang on, what happened? Oh, here we go. The Ludic Church apparently isn't a threat. Maybe they don't care much about the Ludic majority. Can you get several Ludic majorities? Maybe if you just have lots and lots of nice places, you attract a lot of Ludics. Might be worth considering. Other than that, let me think. I don't think the independents attack you, but we still need to deal with hegemony. I see no reason not to deal with all of them, right? We need to deal with hegemony, the Ludics, both types. No, actually, wait. The Knights of Lud are the Ludic Church. The Ludic Path are different. Those are Pathers. And those aren't really a colony threat. They just come all the time, I think. And we need to deal with the Syndrians. So Syndrians, Ludics, and Hegemony. Wonderful. Once I start making that fuel. England is trying its best. Lieutenant Calaw. Wait a second. But I'm already maxed out on officers. How does that work? Looks pretty cool. I'm not sure I care much about him, though. He doesn't have helmsmanship, so what should I care about him? Maybe I should just turf him away. There's no way to store officers, is there? Unless we're considering that he's better than somebody else that we currently have. But I prefer to groom my soldiers from low level to high level. Although, aren't there special ones that you find that are even better? Syndra's done, you stole the thing, and that defeat... What? What, really? You can prematurely defeat Syndra? No, I'm pretty sure they're done because I'm no longer making 5 or more fuel. We'll find out soon when I start making more fuel. But maybe you are right. Ooh, that's a bit sad. Yeah, but those are level 7 captains. Yeah, but my guys can go up to... Oh, only 6. Anyway, what I'm getting out of this is, much as I like Calaw the person, I don't think we're going to have him around here. Yeah, I mean, I can just groom that up. Plus, he's timid. Get out of here. Cargo pods. Wait, is that Calaw? We just spaced him. So Calaw is a guy I've been playing games online with for like over a decade or so. He's part of the incredibly original Dream Team that included me and Lucky and Tandy and Cameron and Mino and such. Way back in Europa Universalis 3 online playing days. And Calaw's appeared in a few of our games. He was the guy wearing the pirate hat who vacationed in Spain when we played State of Decay 2. So yeah, we're sending him back to Spain along the way. Creeth knows what we're on about. Administrator Candice de Bebe. Oh, it'll be a pleasure to space you. More guns. Finally a core, but it's a crappy core. And speaking of crappy, Ludic Path ships. Double dip this. Check out the rocky ice world. Ruins, eh? Let me at him. Nothing fancy. Wait, what was this planet like? Cold, no atmosphere. Otherwise, it's just a bit whatever. What's surprising is that I'm overburdened with cargo. How did it come to this? Probably all that iron. Oh, all this food as well. Huh. What a waste of time food is. I can't believe it's so valuable as a thing to produce. Alright, let's go and check out Tesla City. And then whatever there is in this system. You can double dip ruins as well, if I recall correctly. It would have automatically double dipped there, I think. Candice de Bebe. Ooh, God, she's had some changes, hasn't she? Get out of my face. Seems incredibly easy to get administrators, so I shouldn't bother hanging on to them. I love this mod to zoom out further. I even modded it to zoom out even further. Oh, hang on, I've already surveyed that. What am I doing? Obviously taking the long way around to survey this thing. What's the name of the mod that zooms? Good question. Let's consult my list of mods here. Larger Zoom Out is the giveaway name there by Moya Numbers. And I just went into the mod, opened up its config file, and added another 50% on the zoom out levels. And then finally I was happy. Because vanilla game is this. You don't see anything coming. It's just... Oops, massive fleet out of nowhere. If only I could have noticed that. And you have to spend a lot of time looking at this as well. And I don't like looking down there. Peripheral vision ain't what it used to be. Is that some kind of research station, by the way? It surely is. This is going to burn me. Alright, whilst we're busy melting, go and explore the area. I don't want this dram for some reason. Gamma core, a bunch of guns that I already have. Well, Storm Needler, I didn't have you. Blasters and such. Fighters. Midline, get these midlines out of my face. The Ludix again. Ah, I could make my own Doom. Step aside, Carmack. Also, I don't need... Actually, I have space for all this. Wonderful. And then the weird double dipping is done again. But yes, get me out of here. The planet, it burns. I guess this is why people say solar shielding might be worth considering. And I guess we should learn how to make those dooms. I mean, it's nice and all, but it's nothing on clobbering all those factions for their goods. And during this time, we're also fixing the D-mods on the ships. All gone off the Fury. All gone off the Medusa as well. And all gone off of the brand new fuel ship. So we picked this thing up and it looked like an old crusty dog turd. And now just during this 1 wee flight out, it's already been fixed. Beautiful. So what's with Dooms? I'm under the impression they're a meme ship, but there were also people saying that it's the best ship to pilot personally. Is this Dominion era? Yeah, it is Dominion era. Sweet. Alright, well, it's mine now. I think I broke apart a Dominion era array and slightly regret it. Only slightly, though. It can't be that bad of a deal. Hello, hello. Nothing to write home about here. Orbital Place has guns for me. I do like guns. And another one of those crappy cores. Plenty of crappy cores. Where are these alpha cores? People have been talking about them like I should be tripping over them. And I'm sure there was something else on my map. I know there's something to the south. Oh, hang on, what's this here? Wait, just pirates hanging around here. The pirates get bleeding everywhere, don't they? There's something to be seen over there. The Doom is a powerful alpha strike, and the mines allow for fun tricks. The AI can kind of use them, but you need a reckless officer. The things you learn. Cargo manifest. Recreational drugs. Well, sign me up. Even though I don't really make much use of drugs now. I think heavy armaments are the money-making thing. Nothing else even remotely compares to heavy armaments when it comes to making money. In terms of just trade goods for buying and selling. Now, it could be I'm very wrong about that. After all, I'm quite green at this game. It's also new to me. So, this is what we trekked all the way here for. Domain, era, technology, super high resolution, passive monitoring array. I have a package for this. Is this what the hacker gave me? I feel like we unlocked this before we ever met the hacker. Operations Chief installs something about a flagship. Telemetry streams across your screen, flagships flicker. Tech officer confirms that the data isn't perfect. It has a vastly lower corruption rate than the copy from... Alright, you're gonna have to skip to the end with me here. Coordinates for nameless rock. Oh boy. If there's one thing I wanted from the missions, it's more freaking fetch quests. Oh my lord. Go to the location deep in the abyss. Discover what the sensor array found. Okay. Interesting to know that I can go away from the beyond here. But even going there, I can get back here. Oh, don't worry, Yoshiba-san. We'll be checking that out real soon. These pirates aren't even worth my time, are they? If you want to talk, identify yourself first. Okay. I can just leave them. Yeah, blowing these people up's a waste of everyone's time. Let's get out of here. I didn't realize it could spawn over there, says Max. How odd. I thought you did know that. You mentioned about it being an added trip. I'm quite certain you did, in fact. Oh well, when you're this far away from home, save and save often. And I guess we head out to the unknown. Wait, what? No, don't go in there. Don't fly into the sun. That's probably bad for everyone. Especially me. Well, I'm glad I brought thousands upon thousands of rations from home. It's also nice to be making a profit while doing this. Egads. It's like I'm about to no-clip out of the map here. Played a weird Metroidvania not too long ago, and the cover image for it was of a very sad-looking cat. But it was very easy to kind of wrong warp out of the map. Felt a bit like this. This is great at telling me how dirty my monitor is. Guess it's been a while since it got a proper clean. It's also telling me about things out here. Also, you're really slow in here for some reason. Abyssal hyperspace. When do we vote on a new long play? When this one is done. When is this one done? Don't know yet. Well, I'll tell you what. Unless this gives me something amazing that makes me keep wanting to do story missions, this is the last thing we're doing in terms of story missions. We're going to do all of the colony crises. I want to fight Hegemony. I want to fight... I mean, are the Dictator going to... Are they going to find me? I don't know. But we have the Hegemony and we have the Ludix to deal with. I guess we're going to transverse jump into this. I'm going to be a bit disappointed if the oil people don't fight me now. I mean, what if I'd stolen that thing pretty much at the start of the campaign, assuming I had, you know, phase ships and several thousands of marines? Would they just never come for you? I'm still not convinced that's how it's working. All right, Baron Rock thing and the Onslaught Mark. Well, get me the Onslaught first. Jake loves his Onslaughts. Captain, this looks... There's nothing quite on file about this one. The Onslaught Mark I, the ship of legend. How old must it be? Thousands of cycles. If you'd been asked a shift ago, reasonable reply would have been to call it a myth. Shift. I always work. The avatar is here, undisturbed, but with no unique artwork. It's the go order. Threat detected. Threat detected. Fevered analysis checks, the signal is weak, picked up by something something. From the wiki, raiding Sindria and disrupting their fuel production, taking their core or lowering their fuel production below 7 will pause the threat. Maybe I could give it back to them. Maybe if I sell it back to them, they'll reinstall it and then the threat will continue. But last time I sold a colony item, it was still on market months or years later. Right, so there's a lot of reading that I'm not doing here, but there's still a lot of threats being detected, apparently. You can only speculate what Tritac thought they were setting you up to find, using him as a front. So this is the original. See if we can compare it to the other one. LMNO. By the way, if you start a new game, do you keep all the unlocks in the encyclopedia, or do you have to re-unlock everything? Comparing it to the... I mean, I'd never bother with this one, but this one. Comparing it to you... Lower armor. Waste of time. Much more hull. Comparable flux capacity. A little bit lower, though. Do I even want this thing? It even costs more deployment points. Where's its ordnance points? Less. Peak performance is unlimited and it needs no crew. Okay, that's pretty hardcore. I'm trying to see what else about this ship makes it worthwhile. Cargo capacity is quite nice. It probably has some kind of weird hull mod thing here. It's got... wait, what's combat burn? The ship's top speed is increased by 100. This burn could be maintained indefinitely. That's pretty hardcore. Automated ship. What does that even mean? Automated ships usually require specialized equipment. It has 100% combat readiness. What, forever? Could just sustain battle forever? Heavy ballistics integration. Reduces the ordnance... Oh, wow, that's the Lud thing. That's pretty huge. Imagine the DACA. Reduces most negative effects of demods by 50%. That doesn't really matter to us. Supply cost to recover from deployment and to repair is reduced. Nice one. You have the regular one. No, I've got the... I've got this version. Of that, I'm all but certain. Right, you're coming with me. Yeah, here we go. This is Big Daddy. Wait, do I not have the fancy version? God, all this time I thought I had the fancy 14th version. I've been wrong this whole time? That's unthinkable. Well, damn. I've wanted the fancier one. You probably stash it. No, I've just been wrong this whole time. I thought I had the 14th Battle Group one. How do I know about the 14th Battle Group one then? Where did I ever find one? You have the best one. Nah, well, maybe this is now the best one. I'm assuming it's unique, as in you'll never find another one. It's already got all the DACA here. Yeah, the idea that the heavy armaments are cheaper to put on is rather compelling. You think the Mark 1 is... Yeah, this is the Mark 1, right? Interesting. And now it's mine. I came all this way just for that ship. I mean, it's a nice ship, but that wasn't very exciting. That was a lot of running around. Wait, you can even colonize this thing? It's got 250 hazard rating. Oh, God. Look at the main guns on it. It's got a heavy adjudicator built in. A huge long-range flak cannon. Anti-armor on an area. Any fighter, missile, or armor strip ship is doomed if it finds itself within the zone of death. Seems pretty cool. Expensive to deploy, though. But that's what the deployment points are for. Interesting. Well, I wonder how the hegemony is going to react to me leveraging this against them. Okay, is there anything left worth doing on the story? The reactivating of gates sounds nice overall, but I really don't want to just do a fetch quest. What's this red planet thing? could do that on the way back. Talk to the old spacer pilot, convince them to divulge information about some kind of red planet. Oh, and I meant to go back and talk about this thing. If you have any AI cores, you can install it as an officer in the Mark 1. I believe it has to be an alpha one, right? Oh god, wait, a gamma core can do it. Interesting. Integrate the AI core into the ship, increasing its level by 1, granting an additional skill. After integrated, it cannot be removed. Short of scuttling. Oh, well, I don't want to do that. Certainly do not want to do that. But I guess I could just have this thing run in it. So this is a way to bypass the limit on officers, is that right? Maybe eventually you don't want officers at all. Yeah, don't build it in if it's not an alpha. And maybe even if it is an alpha, you want to check for better skills. What? Remnants? That better not be a Ziggy. It ain't a Ziggy. But I don't know what it is. Scary sounding music. What could it all mean? There aren't many of them, but... well, let's just see what they're all about. Engage. Let's not mess around here. I don't know what they're made of, but it might not be good news for me. There's nothing to capture here. That's rather nice. I would rather if you three didn't fly off on your own. Maybe provide some support for the onslaught. Just as you two should provide support for the paragons. I'm sure the Auroras can figure out what to do. Yeah, I still got points. Let's see how this unfolds first. The thing is that, you know, if I bring in all my ships and they all die, maybe I get lulled into a false sense of security and then feel foolish by the end of it all. What? Get back away, not today, Aurora. Ooh. That was kind of similar to what Ziggy does. And the hulls on the enemies don't seem to be going down fast now, do they? Alright, let's see how they stand up to some onslaught gunfire. Pretty well. They stand up pretty well. Yeah, there we go. Hack through those shields and eventually they start going down. That's just a skirmish unit. Wonderful. Yeah, look at that. Holy smokes. Pretty much have to eat that. Ooh. Right, let's not be messing around then, shall we? Not that I have much left to throw in here. I don't want to be scuttling on my retreat. Oh wait, I think I got involved personally. Oh dear. Alright, well, you go on autopilot, just get into the fight so I can observe. Know your enemy and all that. Alright, another one pretty much bites the dust. Feeling incredibly smug about getting the extra ships on the Medusas, by the way. Because it wasn't very alive without that coverage. Come on, lads, we've got places to be. We're handling it. But these are some pretty nasty ships. Maybe I can direct these guys over to the hegemony. That would be cool. Not the kind of thing you would be trapped alone in the universe with. I'm imagining that situation where I do indeed wipe out all of the other factions, and then just limitless numbers of these come in and have their way with me. It would be a bad time to be me. Alright, so this seems to be their main-ish thing. It's certainly what unloaded all of the... What is all that flying around it? Mind boggles. Alright, that's good. Spend your time engaging in my friend, and I will spend my time engaging in you! Oh, wow. I hate it. He's not the only one eating things. Ow! Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, I got great view up his backside if I could just not get molested by all of these. No, molestation is on the cards. However, revenge. Get out of my face. There are missiles other than Reapers, he said. Okay. Nary a scratch. Somehow 120 crew died there. Oh, yeah, so we could pick up a bunch of them in their little life rafts. I'll be having my own Aurora back, please. Relationship with threat reduced by 3. Do I not get an entry about these ships? Are they just forever unknown to us? I feel like we should be talking about what we just saw there. Threat is not showing up as a faction. Then again, neither do the other things, the remnants. Seems like a pretty bad place to establish a planet in now. You got a new gun. A new gun, you say? Seeker fragments. Hell's own ball lightning. Ah, we have threat type weapons. Director of Special Acquisitions only. Alright, so maybe these are the cool special weapons. Very fair and balanced weapons. These are just the small ones as well. Heavy mass driver. Results compiled from the authorized Encyclopedia of Early Weapon Systems of Domain Armada. But there's more in the corner. Down south. What, you mean inside this system? I think I should leave this system, given what they did to my entire fleet there. It was quite a fight to take those guys out, and they seemed like skirmishers rather than an actual attack fleet. I would propose that we no longer be here. Some ships don't have... No, oh, right. Oh, we better wait a bit to not have it destroyed. There we go. Great, that was fun. Now let's not be here anymore. Seems like a silly place. Indeed, if your enemy knows where you are, don't be there. Are we being pursued? I feel like I'm bringing the threat back to civilized space. And all of the horrors that might imply. There's something south in the abyss. I know. I'd rather not be there right now, though. I don't like the stupid name on the onslaught. Let's give it an even stupider name. We'll call you the OG. The Heavy Canadian. That's always a good name. I suppose it's situations like this I wish I had the gates open for, so I'd have to take a long, plodding path back. But let's get back to the core worlds. The threat, we've dismissed this claim. Is that a nice path to follow? Couldn't hurt to be in it right now. Whee! It's the main boon of the main story. Easy getting everywhere. I can see why the mod would let you just get that done instead of having to go through all that yakking. Oh, that's right. You get topography stuff from riding around these really fast. I wonder if you get a refined too that just go in opposing directions and just keep riding them for data. Certainly a nice, if rudimentary, way to get all the way back. And we are getting a long way back here. Alright, practically all the way back where we need to be. But where do I want to be? I could go back to my own home right now. But for what purpose? There is, of course, the colony threat happening right now. But I could also install all those AI cores and tell the hegemony to bring it. Oh, I probably should check for bounties before I head all the way home. Fortunately, I didn't miss anything. There's my own bounty. Ludic Path. I wonder if they have any more of those Lud's Hammer that I'm oh so infatuated with. But there's also the idea that since I'm back, maybe I should go and make some extra money, you know? All those stations for my colonies don't come cheap. Yeah, that's right, I need to pimp out the OG. So what comes and threatens your colony once you're... Huh? So I was just saying I could do with some more Invicti. And now they're coming for me. Well, that's double the chance to get some. You know what? I welcome it. Does my fleet welcome it? I don't see why it wouldn't. Question, are they getting absolutely rafted by the storm there? I guess they were going slow enough for it not to be a problem, huh? Hail, friends. Oh, no, this is just another one of the Tritac mercs after me. But they do still bring the ships I want. Blessed day, my friends. Not so much for you. Shall we pray together before going on with it? Oh, then I must be the high hegemon. But forgive me. It's a virtue, forgiveness. I'll check. Anything the comms log? Da-da-da-da-da. There's some kind of shouted reply impossible to make out. Bad news. For you, anyway. I'll say a prayer once it's over. And I'll make it quick. By next ship... Okay, well... I'm almost jealous. Just deliver unto me one or both of these ships, and all will be forgiven. Yeah, we are still dealing with Invicti here, so let's not piss around. try your hands at securing these for us. Not that. Yeah, demodded up the wazoo as well, so surely they'll just be easy pickings for us. Not so sure all my little omens should be flying around like that. Surely they should be supporting somebody. Ah, they're clever enough to know what to do. And if they get blown up, at least there's not a great loss. Although they really shouldn't be getting involved like that. I should have waited a bit before sending them in, because everybody's just so far ahead of my main fleet. Oh, well. No strike like an alpha strike. I think we'd all like to strike alpha. There's some other good ships in that fleet too. It's worthy of caution. Yeah, tell that to my Aurora. Don't worry, Aurora, I'll screen for you, buddy. Yeah, I think I once went toe-to-toe with one of those, and it did that. It burst into me, and then shot me to shreds. But this time I'm lulling it into the range of my Paragons. Like the clever commander I am, piloting the worst ship in our fleet. Freaking midlines. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. All part of the plan. That was another thing to lull into confidence. Well, it worked. I mean, I came away without a scratch. And my enemy is now a sitting duck waiting for my glorious flank. Might have to keep waiting. I might not have to wait that long. It's okay, I'm doing this on purpose. Distracting my foes. So that the other significantly better ships can do their part. Purpose questionable. There we go, now he's asking for it up the butt. Although he actually has some guns attached to his butt. Yeah, I'm still not convinced that there are rockets other than Reapers in this game. Why would there be? There's already the perfect rocket. Urging caution. Oh god, don't look at the picture in the bottom left of the ship. Oh lordy. Alright, prayers for you then. Put them out of their misery. Ah, the Atlas would get away. Not that I'm looking for more Atlases. No! Doesn't want to give me more of Lud's hammers. I wonder how it calculates which ships to give you. There must be a big weighting on not just forking over capitals. Oh well. The encounter pays for itself, and I still have to get rid of some excess. Hostile, yeah, I'll bet you are. Wonder if I could still engage in what's left of you. Depends how much I really want that Atlas. Hmm? Do I want that? No, I'm too far away from home and I already have like 2 backups of that. Do like them though, but no. I guess when you get to the point of having all the support ships you want, it can be difficult to justify picking up more unless it's near your system already or somewhere to store them. Right, I believe I was trying to go somewhere before I was rudely interrupted. What is that? Oh, it's the Executor. Syndrians again. So it looks like I come back and I... you have to come back to the core worlds to pick up all the latest bounties. Ah, welcome, Kelpo. Right, it's been too long since I've made any money, so we need to go and fix that on the double. You can pick them up from a makeshift comm relay anywhere. What, you mean bounties? How does that work? Ah, go figure, I'm far away from you. Kazaron. Wait, there's a mission in Kazaron. What mission? Contact them to scan gates and do blah, blah, blah. Oh, right, I need to speak to somebody in Kazaron. But what if I don't want to? What if I just want to sell my illicit wares? If there's a comm relay nearby, you can see all the missions you want. One near your colony system for sure. Do you have to own the thing, or does it just have to exist? I wonder if there's any chance I can sneak into Kazaron. The wonderful thing about Kazaron is it's right next to this system, or this ring, so if I'm real sneaky, really sneaky, then I could find a moment where they're not right next to, or I could go around the other side. Going around the other side sounds good. And then just suddenly, boom, just like that. Hail, hostile Kazaron. Why so hostile, though? I won't exactly be raiding back for anything I sell here, but if there's good prices, which there's not, I'd sell my stuff. Otherwise... Yeah, look at that. Drugs in demand, and I'm still only getting 100 or so per unit. Not worth getting out of bed for, frankly. I like the idea of having one of each item just so it organizes my inventory a bit better. Otherwise, all this stuff can just get out of my inventory. Ah, the raiders want my food. Well, if I'm going to make some extra money, I will oblige. You want one in your colony anyway, to not tank the stability penalty for not having one. Oh, the comms relay, of course. Is it actually a penalty for not having one? Interesting. Right, anything worth actually grabbing here? Now it seems like prices are on the up and I don't really need more Marines at this point. And I highly doubt your black market has anything I'm interested in. -2, yikes. A lot of people to talk to here. Yes, do I know you? Do we have business? Yes. Something about a representative? Ah, yes, this must be about... Provost has a message if you're ready to hear it. I'm not reading all that. You shall receive the diplomatic credentials. Mind yourself well with these, Captain. If you were to commit some untoward scheme using the good name of Jens, we declare the crypto key stolen. Of course. Delivery of the comms thing, high hegemony, believe the league, reconcile. I mean, I don't even want to care about what this stuff is. I try not to get involved in local politics, but it keeps getting involved with me. You can't stand on the line forever. Someday you'll have to choose. Something about a high hegemon wanting to talk. He'd be a fool not to. Oops. Oh well, what does it matter? I'm off to see the high hegemon, apparently. Alright, all well and good, but like I said, I came here to make money, so let's go and speak to the pirate raiders. And then maybe even get back to my home. I like my home. Ooh, I worry that I actually just alerted them to my location there. It's alright though, they'll never find me. So here's a pirate base that I'm surprised is still standing, given the damage that I've done to lots of pirate bases over my time. But unlike the other ones, this one didn't want to fade away. If you have any intention of continuing the main missions, you should scan every gate you pass by, like in this system. I'm not sure I'm interested in doing any more of the missions. What I want to do is slam down on the colony crises. Although maybe there's some fun thing to do with the invasion fleet, I'm not entirely sure. But the main story in this game has completely disengaged me right now. Anyway, I'm here. What do you have? Well, I was going to sell you something, wasn't I? Food, that was it, yes. I'm sure you want all of my food. Bar a few scraps, maybe. And for once, I won't be stealing this back. Oh, wow, they actually have a little bit of stability. Because of a food shortage, right? Well, I will magnanimously solve your food shortage. And then I will cause other problems for you. You just need 6 distinct gates, worth it to unlock. Yeah. There's worth, and there's do I really want to be doing this? The intrinsic motivation has long been lost. Yeah, bugger the rest of them. I want to see the crises, and then I will probably draw close to this. As a long play, that is. I will totally be interested in playing more of this in my own time, and checking out Nex. But I can't see that being a long play. I actually don't think this is the world's best streaming game. Let's see, 98%, so we're absolutely having our way with you. I want you to want my guns. First, 5,000 of them, then another 600 of them. And then I enjoy my practical million. Yeah, Kalpa pointing out, this is definitely not the world's best streaming game. I've been enjoying it for sure, but I've streamed a lot of games over my illustrious career, and some are better for streaming than others. That said, this game didn't get turfed out the window like some others. Only 11 Marines for this. What are you talking about? This is great, says Ali. Your words, not mine. I'll be having my goods back, by the way. And my 2.5 million experience. Still no... Oh, that's why it's bigger. So it is using some of my bonus experience now and then. Interesting. But yeah, just riddling you in points and ungodly amounts of money. More time for Dom 6, yeah. Oh, good lord. Raiding is broken, man. Just raiding. And the thing is, we know that it's completely intentional behavior because this game's been in development for 20 years. If it was unintentional, they would have gotten rid of it. Or so I'll continue to claim. The raid rework is relatively new. Relatively. I feel like that word's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Alright, is there anything for me to do here? I think I want to go back to Coromandel and fix up my fleet. However, before that, I think I want to go to High Brazil. Maybe both of these places, because I seem to lack some good energy weapons. There keeps being situations where I don't have such and such number of any gun. So I should go and stock up. And this time I can actually have transponder on, because the black market probably doesn't have what I'm looking for. That said, if I just turn my transponder off, would they even know that it's me? Oh, well, they certainly would. Maybe they don't care. Isn't this an open port? I actually don't know. Well, there wouldn't be a security patrol if it was Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I don't actually know. Let's see. Yeah, transponder off. Alright. Although they sure don't have a lot of weapons. And of course the military won't give me their good stuff. Because I would need to be on a commission and cooperative. That's unfortunate. How about the black market? Cyclone Reaper. Yeah, go on. We're made of money. There we go. Some plasma cannons. Some more squalls. Now we have squalls. Pulsars, jackhammers, typhoons, SRMs, thumpers. Things I have plenty of. So not entirely interesting. How much are you willing to give me for all of my guns, by the way? How much do I care about how Tritech feel about me is another question. Recent unrest. Who could have done this? The vinegar raid. Alright, well, you know, these guns don't come cheap. I'm going to need these back. Let's just double check there's no problems in doing that. Heavens no, there's no problem. This snowballs so much because you keep getting extra weapons proportional to the amount that you are raiding. So you raid for 100, you get 120. You raid for 1,000, you get 1,200. Crazy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not how we roll things. Abort, abort. Black market, please. It's a good way to lose 30% of my everything. Damn tariffs. There we go. Also, check if you have blueprints for them. Yeah, there are some blueprints that I've been trying to get rid of, right? Cobra Wing. Yeah, the money that I make on these is completely irrelevant, right? Oh, wow, I could learn to make crappy pirate ships. Yar. Yeah, it's not even worth selling this to have pirates use them unless I want to rip good pirate guns off them. Maybe I do. You know, finding loads of demodded ships that I want for myself. Could I give the pirates the Atlas blueprint, for example, and then get Atlases off of them? At that point, it wouldn't be worth it, but it's interesting. Nobody worth knowing here, right? Unless you want Sill Plane. You know what? I don't need a Sill Plane in my life. Leave her to Rance. I'll take all your guns, please. It's just getting ridiculous. A pirate run using pirate ships would have something to do if you want to hate life. Sounds dangerous. Tritac are still welcoming, and just the number of guns is getting outrageous. I made a test save for this where I gave myself 10,000 guns just to see how it played out, and I thought, I'm never going to have 10,000 guns for this. Well, I'm pretty darn close. Yeah, those guys will just be buggering off in no time. Just get me out of here. Who is this? The Persian League Patrol are looking for me. I thought I'd finished with the Persian League. Oh, it's probably related to the story that we're doing right now. Sure, let's have a chinwag. Mm-hmm. I am somebody. She's annoyed. My orders are to facilitate conversation with you. Hold my comms, officer. Reroutes. Yes. Captain Vinegar Stokes. I'm Lieutenant Finlay Siavong of the Persian League. So very interesting to finally meet you. You have a peculiar way of placing yourself at the center of fascinating events. Yeah, not knowingly, not wittingly. What's this about? I understand that you had a conversation with Yadabe. He's an important man. I was wondering if you might assist my understanding as to why he is so. That conversation was private and I hate you, so goodbye. Good day to you, Captain. Burn bright, yes? Threaten me, will you? If this was in my own system, I'd blow you apart. But yeah, they can go do one. I suppose I should consider going back to the Galatian Academy to report on what I saw. But also remember, part of the reason I'm here is to pick up guns. Oh, but we discovered we can't really get the good guns anyway because of needing to be commissioned. So I'm going to have to rip those guns off of Tritac fleets if I really want them. Kind of a shame that being hostile to other factions hurts your colony accessibility. So if you just want to have the extra challenge of fighting everybody, your colonies are just going to be woefully underperforming due to lack of accessibility. Or so I imagine. Maybe it's not that bad. God, it feels good to have actual income. Oh, baby. All thanks to you, Blight Town. Can you produce the weapons and ships from your blueprints? Command custom production? Could, but I don't have a lot of blueprints. Suppose I could check what I do have. Yeah, transponder on. I've got the autopulse laser, the high intensity laser, and the PD. And the problem was I lacked good large energy weapons. Otherwise, there's nothing terribly impressive here. Can every ship get blueprinted? Every ship and every weapon? Nah, surely the special threat weapons can't be blueprinted. I see Starsector, I follow, says Darky. Oh, it's been a rough run, especially if you're a fan of Starsector. This might be my first proper run of the game after all. Right there, Cornelius Ellick. I'm sick of your missions, so let's close the book on this one. I want to talk about what I found. There was a hazard. Do elaborate, yes? Mm-hmm. You tell him about the sensor array. I wonder if I tell him about the big thing I found as well. I'll transfer after the payment, sir. Yes, yes, of course. 100,000. Oh, my days. Yeah, that's about as much as doing one of my trade and raids a year. I could bully the nerd for more money, but who even cares? Skeptical glare. The Onslaught Mark 1. Threat detected. Tired, sophomoric japery. Nothing more. Well, what happens if you don't take the Onslaught? Oh, well, take a look at it. A hollow feed hack. Nothing more. It's trivial to fake. We're done here. Good day, Captain. Should I saturation bomb him? These story people have been such a waste of time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could have bullied him for more money, but I didn't want to. It's not like money is much of an issue now. The issue are these bloody missions. Okay. Get me back to my beloved home. Unless it's being hit by path cells. Respite, polity, majority. The free port, of course. The other ones will remain at size 5. Hey, New England's got its fuel production now. It's a shame you have to be there in person to put the item, considering I left the item at New England. But we're going to pump up that fuel production, and we will see. We will confirm whether or not the purple people actually attack you. Because it's a little disappointing that you just won't get the crisis if you've already stolen their delectable fuel-producing item. Surely that's all the more reason they would want to fight me to take it back. We'll see. Starting out, though, it's a lot of dosh. Starting out, if I was doing those missions religiously, I would have bounced off this game pretty hard, because these story missions are awful. Fly here, fly here, fly here. Talk to this person, talk to all these people. Read War and Peace of Meaningless Drivel. Oh, it has not been good. Compared to that, the colony threats, as kind of heavy-handed as they were a a lot more fun. Dynamic, systemed. The game reacting to the situation that I am putting in makes me feel like I have agency. And in games like this, agency and freedom are very important to me. It's why Avorion is still the #1 space game for me. Oh, I love Avorion. Kind of a shame the development is all but stopped for that. The developers of that are now working on in a very bizarre turn, they're working on a game about managing a water park. I think it's called Aquapark Tycoon. And I will check that out when that's out, but I mean, what a tonal shift. Right, Blighttown, New England, New England. I'd love to watch Avorion again. There's nothing left to do in Avorion. I did a perfect run of the game. So, what would I do? An even perfecter run of the game? Where's my item? Here we are. Give me that. And then... here you go, fuel production. Install 1 core. And now all of a sudden we produce 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... wait, 6? I thought this thing gave like 5 extra units of fuel. Yeah, it's up by 3 units. Wait, 3? I thought it was doing 4 before that. How strange. Vinegar Factory, what the actual... yeah, our character is called Vinegar Stokes. And we were making our faction... oh, we can rename it, cool. Baron Von Owen came in and said, call it the Vinegar Factory. And, you know, Baron Von Owen has given me so much entertainment over the years, how could I turn down a simple request like that? So, of course, that's what we called it. I want to start using quite a bit of AI cores now. But all I have are gamma cores. I think I stored my nice ones back in Blighttown. Well, even so, it couldn't hurt to install a few of them right here. I don't have any items to be installing, but let's try and bait the hegemony into an attack. AI core. AI core. Any of these other places seem worthy of slamming one in? Here you go. Have one of my other crappy AI cores. Remember to upgrade to a Star Fortress. Thanks for that. Battle Station becomes Star Fortress. Do I really want to spend 2 million on that? I'm so strapped for cash. I mean, upgrading to Star Fortress is slightly more than 1 trade and raid system. Alright, upgrade. Blighttown is currently upgrading to 1 as well, and Dundee Docks is also upgrading. Gotta wait on that, I guess. Yeah, that was the thing. It's Dundee Docks that makes 4 fuel. Why did Dundee Docks make 4 by default and New England makes 3 by default? What is having them make more? They're both the same population. Is it the existence of volatiles? That'd be my best guess. Dundee Docks has trace but no, that's only affecting mining. Then I don't know what to say. Stations always massively benefit from cores. Really, it just drops demand, and demands aren't very high. Colony size? Colony size is 5 here. Colony size is 5 in both of them. The admin skill, that's it, well spotted. I'm in charge of New England. Because I give a stability boost? Yeah, +2 from just having me there, rather than +1 production of everything. Not sure that extra production would even be worth it. Nah. Stability seems nice. I think better stability means better fleets? Sure, let's believe that. Right, now I want to head on back to Blighttown, install some AI cores. Oh, Ludic Path cells in New England. Wait, they immediately impact stability. Interesting. Hold that thought. Can I discover where they're at? Maybe there's someone to talk to? Administrators? Concerned people? Transplutonic ore to deliver to somewhere, trade fleets. I mean, decent money, but no thank you. So I'm to understand that there's a cell causing this. Hang on, is that the cell? Jinx, they're a million miles away, but at least we know about the Rusty Bucket Bay cell. That's been around before, so we want to go and absolutely trash that if we want England to be better. We must be better Englishmen. Yeah, there we go. Ah, that does mean Ludic Path appear as a primary threat. I guess they keep coming and coming some more. But probably the Hegemon would fight them. Maybe if both of them came at the same time, I could just have them slug it out amongst themselves. Oh, I'm aware of the story point improvement costs, but it doubles each time. And, you know, I'm really strapped on story points. I couldn't spare. Couldn't spare but a single one. And yeah, I came back here to pimp out the OG. Hang on, what's going on over here? Unidentified fleet. That doesn't look like any of my guys, but if I blew that up, it would probably impact poor old Blight Town. Shady men, tattooed mercs. This is different than normal. I'll offer a contract for 5,600 credits, practically charity. Put us to work, or we'll sell it off elsewhere. Doesn't matter to me. You're the boss around here, yeah? You can get us out of this fix. By the contract, you're the boss. I have a duty here. I'm going to need to know why you're in trouble. I would actually like to know why they're in trouble. I wouldn't mind buying the contract, but I've never seen this before, so let's have a look-see. Can't do that, boss. I look after my squad, one and all. They look after me. That's how it works. If you have to call them Unisec, then call them Unisec. I won't hold it against you. Oh, heaven. I'm not locking up my good works, especially if Wily Coyote's in charge of them. Will you get your Roadrunner? With a word, any objections to the Port Authority disappears, and your logistics officer arranges to have the mercs, looking worse than a night of drinking, board your fleet. It's not a lot of Marines, but with such high-leveled Marines, yeah, we take almost no losses, and that's a massive boost, which also affects the phase strikers, which is just amazing. It's broken. Raiding is just broken, but we knew that already. Take my guns back. Fighters at all. I should probably take on some of my messed up ships. Illegal to sell? Oh, okay, if you say so. Go and join your brother. Yeah, I should probably take on some of the more messed up ships, so if I do have a big fight, I have a lot of power to draw from. Ludic Path, Ludic Church, and Hegemony, but there's no sign of the fuel people. So yeah, we defeated the Syndrians without even knowing we were defeating the Syndrians. Just my pure greed was too much for them. They knew they couldn't handle it. Okay, I think that wraps it up for today, but when I return, I think we're finishing off Starsector. I will take care of all of these threats. I will blow up the Ludic Path. I will take on the Hegemony with all of their investigations. We'll see what the Knights of Lud have to throw at me. And then, if anybody knows of some big battle to sate bloodlust, then we'll just go out with a bang, and then we'll say we're done with streaming Starsector. I will, however, return tomorrow, because my love for space games is wider than the ocean itself. I love them to bits. That's why it's practically all we stream. After the weekly one-shot, which is probably going to be a short one, because it was only submitted as a 2-hour run with WarioWare, I will do more Factorio. Because I am very nervous about that timer, so getting it out of the way means the nerves can dissipate instead of building up whether we win or lose. In any case, until I am back to never ever stream X4 again, it is a cheers and cheerio.